briefly, Fenurian.
And Volacel, and we're here to bring the latest news and games commentary for the week, which doesn't really amount to much in terms of external games, but we did a bunch of stuff ourselves, so that's going to have to make do.
Indeed.
Yes.
So,
If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server, which is really the best place to communicate with us. And you can do so by clicking on the link provided in the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So, this week, probably before Fern runs away, we'll talk about AT Raidao, Arch-Tempered Raidao, and we'll be hunting something, presumably, on the show. We will see. And what else? We have some individual games to talk about. So,
Yes.
one in particular that I played is on a lot of people's minds, or am playing. I am nowhere near the end, I don't think. So we'll be going through that, and we'll start with Fern's week, and immediately after Fern's week, we'll talk about Arch-Tempered Raidao so that he can be here for that.
Yeah. As far as gaming goes, for my week, I don't have one really because
You went on holiday.
I went on a very brief holiday, and then I came back, and it's because walk in the door because oh, you're home. Yeah, you're working now.
This is why I hate holidays, and why I
I don't
take
even
them.
get holidays. I don't want to hear this. I don't get breaks ever. Do you have any idea what that does to your mental health when you never take a holiday?
Yes, I do.
And then when you are on holiday, people call you and ask you to do work.
Ugh. It's the worst.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You two are in no opossum situation, I know.
Yeah. So yeah, that was basically it. I did play a little bit of the Oblivion remaster, and I'm actually quite happy with it.
I've seen significantly less of the Oblivion remaster compared to the amount of characters
Yeah,
that people have created.
I saw that you just posted up Nigel Thornberry.
And for some reason, I don't know what it is, but everybody loves making Nigel Thornberry in character creators.
Yes. That's because Tim Curry is possibly a deity. So, yeah, it is still Oblivion. It looks pretty now, but the characters are still the same potato-faced mutants that stare at you with their cold, dead eyes when you talk to them as they ever were.
Yeah.
I think that people would be disappointed if they weren't, though.
Exactly.
Because
if they
remember,
changed too much,
this is a game being sold entirely on weight of member berries.
Yes. All the member berries and all of the jank and the memes that came from said jank.
So I passed on this game. I know there are people that have fond memories and genuinely enjoyed their full time with Oblivion. And I remember being hyped for it when it was coming out and couldn't wait to get to the store and pick up my copy. Because I played Morrowind to death. And when I got it, I had convinced myself that this was great. And as time wore on, even while I was still playing it, I just started to kind of fall out of love with Oblivion. I was like, it's just not hitting the same way and lasting this long. And I would go back and play Morrowind. I'm like, nah, this one's still fine. And I was too non-critically minded and young at the time to quite parse why. But there's just a little bit too much weird jank in the presentation of that game. Aside from like the DLC, for me to really latch onto it. So I totally skipped this remaster and have no intention of getting it.
Yeah, Shivering Isles is fantastic, by the way, if you haven't ever played it. But it's
really
kind of
any reason not to wait for Sky Oblivion instead. So,
well, the advantage of Sky Oblivion is it's compatible with the Skyrim engine, which means you can play it in VR.
I don't think I want to do that.
So yeah, Oblivion's always kind of been the red-headed middle child. It's like you have the complexity of Morrowind on one side and the simplicity of Skyrim on the other. And then you've just got Oblivion in the middle, which is kind of a mix of both.
What my friends who have shilled Oblivion to me have usually gone to is contrasting it with Skyrim and just saying, look, these plot lines are all just more engaging and more fun.
Yeah, they generally
like
are.
the one that my flatmate kept bringing up to me was Sanguine story in Skyrim versus Sanguine story in Oblivion, and his opinion was that the Oblivion one was just flatly better along every axis. Same for Dark Brotherhood, same for Thieves Guild.
Yeah, Thieves Guild in Skyrim is it's just bad. It's like you go, you steal some stuff, you save the guild, you're the lead, now off you go, bye.
Yeah.
Whereas Oblivion, you've kind of got that whole the grey cowl thing going on. And the Dark Brotherhood has always been held up kind of as the best bit of Oblivion.
Well, yeah, the Dark Brotherhood story in any game they appear in usually gets a lot of focus, and usually they have clearly the most effort put into them. Oblivion and Skyrim in particular, you can tell that in their respective games, their Dark Brotherhood stories clearly had more work put into them and more thought put into how the story is going to be structured.
Yeah, there's a lot of elements in the Dark Brotherhood that you normally don't get to see in the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So all that Dark Mother stuff. And Cicero, who is very strange.
But yeah,
So yeah, it's a whole bit of the game that's completely unique.
yeah. I remember when people were talking about it, and I was thinking about it. I'm like, all that came to mind was the zoom in on the NPC face.
Yeah, it doesn't zoom in as far, and the NPCs do still move around, but they do also still have the weird facial animations, the dead
They look like they're on
eyes.
some kind of narcotics.
Yes, they're completely out of their brains. I did have one yesterday. I played it for maybe 20 minutes, and because of where I was when I engaged the competition, all she was a disembodied face sticking out of a door. I mean, that's the sort of thing you get with Oblivion.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but the thing is that people didn't seem to don't seem to always use the same standards. I mean, you get that in a lot of games that came out around that time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was not unique to Oblivion, but people for some reason, I guess it's because the perception is Bethesda could afford to do better, and they kind of just didn't,
Yeah.
because
Well,
they
Probably
knew that
could
the
have, but
modders
they
would
didn't.
fix it.
and even then, back in what 2006 or whenever Oblivion came out, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, the tech for Oblivion at the time was still relatively new. We had just got into like the 360 PS3 era, I think, when it dropped. And
I
Yeah.
remember the horse armor being
yeah,
the topic of the day, because cosmetic DLC was basically not a thing until then.
Yes, and now horse armor is comparatively tame.
yeah, it all started with Todd and horse armor.
Aren't they
I did
selling horse
appreciate.
armor again?
It's already just in the remaster. It's in there for free.
That's disappointing, actually.
That
Somewhat. The collector's edition, however, gives you a different horse armor.
there we go.
There you go.
This is a prime opportunity for them to make money.
When did
You-
Mass Effect
if,
came
if
out?
they had just
2007.
released
That's what I want.
if they had just released the horse armor 295 DLC, everybody would have bought it for the memes.
Yeah,
It would have been.
Oh yeah,
They just left free money on the table.
yeah. I mean, come on, you'd had quite a number of years there where you had the big annual sale of a Bethesda game going half price, and horse armor would double in price.
Oh, we're
So-
just calling.
At least someone at Bethesda is self-aware enough to laugh at themselves.
I need to take this call. BRB.
Oh dear.
yeah. I haven't bought into it, and I don't plan to buy into it.
Mhm.
I know there are people that
Yeah,
like Oblivion and want to go back for the memory berries, but I am not one of those people where Oblivion has stuck in a positive view in my brain as the years have worn on.
Yeah, I like Oblivion. It is, and I like it possibly because of all the complete jank in it. The fact that once you dig into the Mages Guild quest line far enough, you could just completely break the game.
Yeah, well, all Bethesda games will hit a point with whatever their spellcasting system is where you can break it.
Yeah, like Skyrim kind of tries to push that off by making the spells not particularly great until you hit like high rank spellcasting, in which case you just become completely ridiculously overpowered.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you can do that early game slog. So yeah, it's a good thing. yeah, if you like Skyrim, I guess you go for a slightly more complex version of it. But yeah, basically, it's all it is. It's just a fresh coat of paint over the old game, jank and all.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the Argonian remodel. It took me a while to actually remember what they remind me of, but if you remember from the 90s, there was the dinosaurs sitcom.
I'm home.
Oh no!
That's it. That's what they remind me of,
The
and honestly, they look exactly like it.
I only remember the stupid baby dinosaur in that one.
Everyone
Not the
remembers
mama?
the stupid baby dinosaur.
Yeah, not to mama, not to mama.
Not the mama. But yeah, that's what the Argonians look like now. And honestly, they look like they're made of rubber. It's great.
Is it? I'll take your word for it.
Oh no, I
I
think
mean, great
the-
in the terrible way that everything in Oblivion is.
the as I dwell on the memory harder, the images of the other characters are starting to float into my head. They were buried in the
Yes,
recesses of the file cabinets of my brain.
and they all look like rubber suited people because that's what they are. Also, the only sitcom where everybody dies in the end. Just saying.
Well, they are dinosaurs.
do they actually have an episode about that? I don't even remember.
Yep, that was the finale. Is the
was-
meteor dropped?
Does Blackadder
It wasn't
count?
really so much a beat. I think it was more just like
Because
at
everybody
end
died at the end of that
episode,
one
like-
too.
Which one was that?
Blackadder.
Oh yeah, several Blackadders. Everybody died.
Yeah, well, the thing is that the last season is particularly memorable.
Yes,
Most people remember that one.
the jumping over the edge of the trench and then it just fading to the empty field of flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one kind of hits hard. So yeah, that's been my week. I've been chipping away at ReZero still. Mostly because I kind of started into season 2 and then just for some stupid reason, went and watched Isekai Quartet for a bit instead.
Why would you do this?
Did you ever watch the movie? I watched the movie. I liked the movie,
Yeah,
but nothing in it makes any sense.
Nothing
Because
in
I
the
didn't
movie makes
watch
any sense
ReZero.
at all.
ReZero drives too much of it, I think, and so I didn't understand it. But because I watched I watched the mega episode of at the start of ReZero, so that was my image of who Subaru is. And then
Yes.
in Isekai Quartet, the movie, Subaru is sort of like the main plot orchestrator who comes up with the plans that makes everything okay in the end. So the contrast between these two concepts basically caused my brain to implode.
Yeah, you kind of saw the polar ends of Subaru's arc. Like right at the start, he is, well, that.
Yeah, he
But
needs.
he grows into someone competent.
He has to fall on top of his face a few times to slowly inch his way towards that. And he starts.
Because
Yeah.
they're sort of like crowd of lunatics and misfits that makes up the cast of Isekai Quartet. It's like he's the only sane man general who directs them, and it's like this does not resemble the person that I saw in that episode of ReZero.
No,
Yeah.
he's just a crazy loser when he first shows up. It's not until he gets his teeth kicked in, sometimes literally
A lot.
a lot, that he starts to
A lot.
figure it out and play like a serious character and play to his strengths.
Yeah, so last I saw in ReZero, Subaru was laying on the floor with his intestines trailing out behind him. So
Oh yeah, the first bits. There are actually comparatively way fewer deaths in season 2 and way fewer loops.
I think it would get very old if they didn't ease back on that.
Yeah, they are.
Let's say you didn't. What it would telegraph is that there were no consequences.
Yeah, but they do use them to establish the high stakes of what's going on and the consequences for failure at the start of arcs, I've noticed. So they'll usually hit you with a bunch of bad ends that Subaru runs into before the loops get much longer and longer as he starts to figure it out and make more progress.
Are there any other loopers in the story?
They're not that we're aware of. There is suspicions around a dude who doesn't give his real name and a helmet that follows the blonde princess around. That he has some kind of time-related blessing.
I honestly thought he was the fruit shop guy for a little bit, but no, he's not.
No, he's apparently a big deal and features on the covers of a lot of the future light novels. But
Considering everyone around Subaru as being a right pain or right dick to him because he kind of deserves it. He's the only one who's being nice to him.
Yeah, but yeah. So you're in season 2. So you're in the sanctuary now.
Bit through the sanctuary. Subaru's just gotten back to the manor, and
Everything went terrible as soon as he got back.
Yeah, Crazy McStabby shows up again.
He learns that going back to the manor is not a good thing. You cannot leave early and go to the manor.
Yeah, because that's where the stabbing happens. Yeah, it's the trick I think I'm trying to figure out at this point is just what the hell is Roswell's long game at this point?
You'll get that answered in very full and vivid detail.
It's to teach the class, is it not?
It is.
Roswell's a way more complex and dark character than the teacher in the Isekai Quartet probably portrayed him, and any crap they threw at him, he 100% deserves.
Yeah. But yeah, Isekai Quartet, he's kind of the mysterious, aloof, weird teacher, and they kept a lot of that personality.
With the strange voice cadence.
With the strange voice cadence.
Yeah, Roswell's also one of the mega power hitters in the series. And one of the few people that can go toe to toe with an unchained puck.
I wonder if part of the reason that I'm so down on the series is that the last article that I read on Anime News Network before I shelved the site for good was about ReZero, and it was some absurd attempt to use the characters as illustrations of political ideology.
Yeah, I don't think you can with ReZero in a way that makes any coherent sense.
But you know that the people writing for ANN would definitely try to do that.
Oh yeah, well they'll try and do anything to stretch a political narrative out of it, especially back when would this be, like 2017?
Yeah, it would have been about that. So yeah, that first series is hard to watch in a lot of ways.
But as soon as the whale shows up, I think you're good to go in season 1.
Yeah, the whale fight, once that kind of happens, it's not so much the whale fight itself, but that's just kind of the marker.
Yeah,
it's more Rem's teardown of Subaru.
Yeah, she metaphorically kicks him in the nuts.
Yeah, in case stop feeling sorry for yourself, stop being a whiny bitch, get up, man up, and do what needs to be done.
Yeah, and yeah, he the fact that he genuinely likes Rem and doesn't have just a immediate weird infatuation with her, and the fact this will persist. I won't spoil what happens, but this persists well into Arc 2, and Rem can't go into the Sanctuary in Arc 2, and they're stuck there, and he still is thinking of Rem the whole time instead of Amelia, and little stuff like this just hints that more and more and more as the arcs go on, that his thing for Amelia is really effing weird, and it's not natural, because he just says platitudes to Amelia, but he actually cares about Rem.
The one thing I did pick up on during at least the first half of season 2 is when Amelia is around, he is super simp over Amelia. But when she's not, he'll still support her, but he'll be much more lenient towards Rem.
So you think it's proximity based, and the closer she gets, the more of a mindless simp he turns into?
Yeah, kind of.
It's possible. When you will get to... Have you met Echidna yet?
Yeah, Echidna's weird.
Echidna's not the only witch you'll get to meet of the dead witches in the Dream Realm.
I expect they're all a little bit loopy.
They will raise many questions, but answer a few and give you just enough hints to keep you interested about the Subaru Amelia situation.
Yeah. And then you go through that whole arc with Subaru's parents, which was actually kind of nice.
Yeah. His parents are weird, but, Subaru's weird.
Yeah, but they're weird in a fun way.
They're weird in a mayonnaise way. Or was it mustard? I forget.
They are weird. They are weird in a I hate peas way. So yeah.
So they're weird about condiments, but you're perfectly willing to forgive Valvatorez over sardines.
Yeah, because that is who Valvatorez is.
He is the sardine man.
Yeah, like The funny sardine vampire is his shtick.
Yes. He will speak all day about the power of sardines, whether you want to hear it or not. So yeah, that's basically been my lot. It's yeah, there's a lot of stuff I do want to sit down and do now. I want to dig into what Final Fantasy XIV's done now that the Stellar Exploration's out.
Yeah, there's been...
It's embarrassing, but I sincerely feel like crying every time I think about Final Fantasy XIV.
It's sad.
I've been going to war with a giant Pictomancer in a different game, so. Yeah, with 14, there's too much other stuff right now. I haven't looked at it. I've been going through Clair, Obscur, and Kazan, and just do not have the slot time for it yet. I was thinking about getting in on the ground floor with all that stuff, but I haven't brought myself to log in and get going with it.
Honestly, Stellar Expedition is kind of a side thing. I'm more interested in what the expedition zone's going to be.
Yeah, that's the thing that'll catch me if something does.
Yeah.
It was harder to kick the World of Warcraft habit, but I feel more torn over leaving Final Fantasy XIV. Like I feel more disappointed, more upset about it.
Well, WoW was, no matter what point you really quit, because we played it for so long, so hard. It was a grind that wore us down at breaking points and impacted usually by real world stuff happening as well. And so it was harder to let go because it was such a regular thing. By the time we quit Final Fantasy, we quit because we hit a brick wall. They just totally, all of a sudden, after having everything perfectly recoverable and workable, even though they were going in some weird directions, just dropped Dawntrail. And it hits you all at once for the entirety of a main expansion story. And then you realize they're not doing anything with the classes that desperately needed help. And now they've got 2 areas that are in trouble. And then you have Wuklamau on top of it. Like, it's just so much at once. It abrupt and seems like it hurts more.
It's weird to recall the experience now, because I feel like the entire time I was playing through that story, I felt like any second now it's going to go back to what it was, and I was thinking that for the entire time. Any second now, surely this can't be real.
Yes, we're about to set out on the expedition. Now things are going to kick up. Okay, now here comes the giant snack boss. Things are about to pick up. And on and on and on, and it's just never did.
Yeah, when they threw away their only villain they had built up at level 83 as a trial, or 93, whatever it was, and then Speen's stuff didn't go anywhere, and it's like, y'all really didn't have a clue, did you? You didn't know what the heck you were doing.
Speen is supposed to go somewhere in the latest patch, but I don't care.
Everything seemed to be very superficial, pasted on top of Eorzea as well. Like, it didn't seem like it belonged in any way. Everything up until then, in the original arc, everything had bearing on like deep lore for the setting. But like the reason why everybody thought Velagarmanda was going to be a big deal was because Velagarmanda implies deep lore, but it turned out that there wasn't any lore at all in the entire expansion.
Oh yeah, well, we bop him at level 83 and threat's taken care of. Done and dusted. No need to build this up anymore. We're out. We're on to the next thing.
Snake God, what? So just that. I think the Velagarmanda thing is really what underlines the quality of the writing. It's like, this should have been a big deal.
If the go meet the tribes before that point hadn't keyed you in that something is horribly wrong, all the build up for this level 83 boss going down the tube immediately after you bop him should set your alarm bells ringing that there's no coming back from this.
It's like, and it also ended up, for me anyway, it put Bakuja in sort of like, so in terms of villains, this guy isn't really a villain, he's Rita Repulsa.
Yeah. He hit firmly into the Saturday morning cartoon slot.
The absolute point of no return is BJJ grieving over aborted babies in the cave.
I mean, that could have been a good moment if
or stillborn babies in the cave, I guess. But it's just like, you just released the apocalypse that you were lucky we were there to give a good bopping, and you're in the cave saying it's all because of these dead babies.
Yeah, and then after that he turns into a simp because his mum told him.
I think that you could have written that better while not changing any of the facts.
Yeah, you could have.
Absolutely.
And a lot of it has to do with his introduction as the most stereo and play throughout the first whole third of the story as the Snidely Whiplash taco stomping, princess kidnapping villain.
Yeah.
All right, we're on a digression now, and I don't know how much time Fern has, so we should probably mush on.
Not much, so we should mush. So I'm going to leave my week at that. Yeah, go watch ReZero if you can just slog through the first half of the first season.
If you're well into season 2 now, it's all about to start paying off. The final loop, I think, lasts like 6 or 7 episodes.
Yep.
And it's the finale of that season has sold me on Chill and ReZero to everybody I know.
Nice.
That like
if Fern concludes that it's worthwhile after going through it, then I will try and make time to watch it.
Yeah.
If I've got 2 votes.
Yeah, everyone's been talking up season 2 as kind of the big thing.
I've seen the opposite, where for some reason they like the first half of season 1 and don't like season 2. But I think season 2. I think those people.
To masochists.
Yeah, I think those people are insane. I was
physically repelled by season 1.
Yeah, you do still need it. It's all setting up stuff for later.
I'm not looking forward to watching it again. I'm here to tell you.
But
if I go through with watching the series, I will have to rewatch the first episode, and it was nauseating the first time round.
But yeah, it's about to get really, really, really good for the end up. Are you in core 1 or core 2? I think season 2's in 2 cores.
Core 1 still towards the end of core 1.
Okay, so core 2 mostly the final loop by itself. But I think yeah. So you got a bit to go, but the finale of core 2 is the end of season 2. So I'll be excited to hear what you have to say when you get there.
All right, let's move on.
Right. So before Fern has to run away, let's talk about what we just did in Monhun.
We did the raid hours.
The new strongest monster in the game. We're not doing him on the show because his attacks are actually lethal, so we have to.
I don't think he is the strongest monster in the game. I think he's probably strong equal with the other top dogs that we've got, because I don't think he hits harder than Tempered Mizu.
Yeah. I forget Tempered Mizu has that one attack that we both tried to block and the game said no.
Yeah, if you decide no. If you are busy and he flippy dips you, it's over for you. I'm sorry.
Unless you have hammers.
Yeah, well, the hammers are a thing.
Yeah. So raid Alf.
Like the moveset updates. Wish he was a bit faster.
I think he could afford to be marginally faster, but rather than that, I think that this Arch-Tempered Radar is where Tempered Radar should have been. And I think that the other Arch-Tempered monsters that come out after Radar, if they are in Elder Dragon tier, then there needs to be a gap. A very big gap between the Arch-Tempereds. Like, if you get Arch-Tempered Radar and you get Arch-Tempered Arkveld, then I expect the difference to be as big as it was between Tempered Radar and Tempered Arkveld, and that is a big difference. Because I think that this was a great rendition of Radar. It was a great fight. I enjoyed it. He has lots of moves and lots of tricks, and he looks cool doing them, and he feels like a genuine threat, etc., etc. But this is where Tempered Radar should have been to begin with.
Yeah, this should have been what the difficulty of the main in-game should have been for the base game, not Arch-Tempered. When I think Arch-Tempered, I'm thinking something that has multiple lethal moves other than just a few combos. Or the big lightning nephew.
Arch-Tempered in World was, if you get their big attacks wrong, you're on the card. That's it.
I need somebody to clarify for me, because I really don't remember. Were there Arch-Tempered monsters before Master Rank or not? I don't remember
I feel like
how it all works.
I feel like they came out as the intermediary between Master
But
Rank.
then again, at the very end of Iceborne, they were still trotting out Arch-Tempered, because Arch-Tempered Velkhana was one of the last ones, and it was an absolute beast.
It was.
Yeah, I'm not sure off the top of my head when they came out from memory. Because when my most recent playthrough of World is the replay through that I did when I got the PC version. So, and by then all the DLC was out, so it was all together.
Ask the internet. But so yeah, it was a very good fight. I'm very happy with it. I really don't like being punished for perfect guarding though, but that's how the lightning strikes sometimes fell.
No, I was able to chain perfect guard them, but the timing it required that I be perfect. Like,
yes.
one mistake and it's all over. But you can do it. You can chain perfect guard all of his strikes in a row. And I
Yes.
haven't seen him do any combos longer than 4.
Thankfully, yes.
Yeah. So that's yeah. I'm glad he has some lethal moves now, but the more I think back on other Monster Hunter games, I'm like, yeah, but even base Magnamalo untempered could one shot me if I did something wrong. And that game was already too easy because of the wire bug. Like base Nergigante had plenty of moves that could cart you, and his tempered version and ruiner version had multiple combos and moves that would outright cart you if you screwed him up. And this is our arch tempered, our just the step down before master rank, where
it might be worth considering though that they have never released a non-Elder Dragon Arch Tempered before.
That's a point, yeah.
Yeah. So
because remember, we haven't seen any Elder Dragons yet. Like, everything that is sort of like Elder Dragonish tier, I think so far in Wilds is designated Demi-Elder.
Yeah.
Let's see, where's my hunter guide? Field large monster guide. Guardian Arkveld's a construct. Zoshi is a construct. Arkveld's just a flying wyvern, just a regular flying wyvern.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Gormagala's a demi-elder. Yeah, so there are no Elder Dragons currently. We have not seen the Elder Dragon tier of power yet.
Yeah.
Let alone tempered and arch-tempered Elder Dragon.
Yeah, it's the reason I kind of think of Raydal in the same box as Elder Dragons, even though he's not, is because the 4 big monsters at the end of World were the 4 elders. And there are 4 big monsters at the end of this game too, but they're not elders. They're just
no, aren't they? I thought aren't these guys like Fated 4? Isn't that what we're?
I didn't think they're closer to the Fated 4, yeah.
And Fated 4s are just apexes, right? So you've got your mammoth. What is it called? The mammoth thing? I don't remember.
Garmith, Mizutsuni, Glavenus, and Latrion?
It's the lightning bug, right?
The multi-elemental
of...
dragon, the Pompadour.
No, Elatrion isn't a Fated 4. Isn't Elatrion like the king of that tier? He's an Elder Dragon. He's not a Fated 4.
He is an Elder Dragon, yeah, actually.
I think isn't that insectoid looking dragon that shoots green lightning?
Yes, it is. Yeah, here it is. Glavenus, Gameth, Mizutsuni, and Astalos. That was it.
Yeah. So those guys, they're the Fated 4. They're like the ecosystem, dominate each of their ecosystems. They're not Elder Dragons. They are environmental apexes. They are a tier below Elder Dragon.
Yeah, lore wise is all that is correct. Gameplay wise,
and gameplay wise, it's the same. There's no difference. The difference is that they didn't deploy Elder Dragons in this game. End of story. They didn't deploy any. That's weird, but they have not cracked open that box yet.
Yeah, it's just if they're going to ship a game with no Elder Dragons but have the same structure of here's big final boss and 4 top tier monsters beforehand, they don't have to be their title. I'm just talking about game structure is what I'm trying to say.
Well, game structure, then it's Zoshia. It's not those guys.
Well, there were 4 monsters you went out in the world and fought in Worlds at the end, the Elder Dragons. But in this one, there are 4 monsters you can go out and hunt in the world for your max.
Well, no, in
max
this one,
monsters.
in this one there are 3: Zoshia, Arkfeld, and Gormagala. Zoshia and Arkfeld can't be elders because they are constructs, which is a new category that didn't exist before, but they fulfill the same role.
Is it bad that
Gormagala is a demi-elder?
Is it bad that we have fought so many Arkfelds and he just totally fell out of my brain?
Maybe a little bit.
Possibly.
Like he just slipped completely out of there when I was thinking this through.
Like the Arkfeld that we have is the sort of the weird spontaneous product of the construct Arkfeld, which was supposed to be sort of like the equivalent to a Elder Dragon, and so she is definitely an Elder Dragon equivalent because Zoshia is made out of Elder Dragon genetics.
Yeah, it just
synthetically blended together.
Arkfeld just totally fell out of my head. So the whole game structure bit I was getting at falls apart when Arkfeld and Gore are brought back in. They just slipped out.
I don't remember if Shagaru Magala is not technically an Elder Dragon, right? Is it, or is it?
That's an excellent question. Actually, let me look it up. I don't think
Gormagala is. Gormagala now officially has the designation Demi-Elder, which is new to Wilds, just like Construct. I think it's traditionally, isn't it like question mark or something? Like unclassified or something like that.
It is an Elder Dragon.
Okay, so I think Gormagala was always question mark because it's not a monster in its own right. It's the juvenile form of a Shagaru Magala, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then it ascends to being an elder in the end. So basically, we've got Gormagala and Arkfeld and Zoshia fulfilling the top tier of monster hunts in Wilds at deployment. Zoshia didn't make it in for launch, but I think that was a timing issue with their development. Most likely, that's my feeling on the matter anyway, based on the way it was deployed and the timing. But I think that it's actually closer to Worlds in structure than you're giving it credit for. And the difference with World is that it's not as strong about emphasizing the Fated 4 thing, because the Fated 4 thing was originally specific to one particular game, and it's not anymore. But they brought them back to a certain extent in whatchamacallit, the expansion to World. But World still had, like, Legiana was nominally the dominant monster in the Coral Zone. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, Coral Islands.
That's a weird way to say Sitiyaku.
Sitiyaku was a throw in there.
He was the troll. He wasn't the dominant life form. But yeah, I think that we're still in a base mode, and I think deploying AT Raydao is an odd move, but we don't have anything to compare it with, because it's like if they had deployed, Arch-Tempered Anjanath or something weird like that.
Yeah. It's I'm waiting for the game to put out more stuff like AT Raydao with teeth, because I actually have to pay attention when we're fighting Raydao. I can't afford to get womboed or sit there and idly take a lightning bolt to the face.
Yeah, if he gets you with that stun, and then he will just straight up laser cannon you, and you're done.
But like, it's not, you don't have to pay the most attention in the world. His still has plenty of, most of his combos are non-lethal. They'll hurt, but they're not going to kill you.
To be honest, the monster that counts me the most is still Rathalos. It always has been. In every Monster Hunter that I've played. Eventually, I get to the end of the game and I can fight all the monsters, and Rathalos will still count me.
Doesn't help that every expansion or every generation, Rathalos gets a glow up. So just as you get used to him in World, here he comes. He's got a new move, and he's not playing around now.
Well, our boy Thorn...
fighting Apex Rathalos in whatchamacallit, in I can't remember the names of all the Monster Hunter games now. The one before Sunbreak was Rise. Yeah, Apex Rathalos and Rise was an absolute nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
It is a walking, flying disaster, and it carted the crap out of me.
Weren't the
I'm just
Apexes
waiting.
in that game challenge modes bosses that didn't give any bonus rewards? There was,
Basically, yeah.
yeah.
There's a really, I think that there's like a really obtuse in-game system that grows out of them later on, but
I thought they were
haven't
transplanted to single
involved
player
myself with
because people wanted to try to fight the big scary Apex monsters, but didn't want to have to sit through the fucking rampages.
yeah, nobody likes rampages.
Because
Yeah.
Like that I will give Capcom credit for. They tried a thing and they were willing to abandon it entirely, Bang Boo TV style, when they brought out the expansion.
yeah, those were awful.
Yep.
I
Terrible.
we needed tickets or something from them, and I remember me and Vol sitting there trying to min-max that thing and make it go as fast as possible and hating it the whole time.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
it cheapens monster hunting generally because you just mow them down.
Yeah, it was and it was all, none of it involved your normal monster hunting skills. It was all tower defense.
Yeah, it sucked.
Like I did not sign
anyway.
up for this to play tower defense.
Anyway, AT Radar shows that they still know how to design a good monster fight. The problem is that they need to respect their player base's ability to murder those monsters a bit more.
Yeah, like I would accept this if this was the highest tier of the monsters when the game launched. A lot easier. If we had the AT version in difficulty for just the tempered version for all of the Apex monsters right now, and we had Arkveld, Gore, and Zoshia, and they were getting Arc tempered versions. That's
This is still an improvement over the original system. I don't know if you recall the first AT coming out in Monster Hunter World, because it doesn't sound like you do. It was it was Arch Tempered Kirin.
Oh, right.
The only
yes,
difference
it
was that it could one-shot you. That was the only difference. So the only thing you needed to do to adapt its playstyle was to slot Thunder Resist so that you couldn't be one-shot if you made a mistake. That was literally the whole boss. That was the only change.
Yeah.
Well,
Honestly,
it
I
had
think
token amount more health.
the tempers in this one in Wilds is they shot themselves in the foot by putting them into the story mode.
Yeah, instead of them...
they've gotten themselves stuck in a position now where it feels like Master Rank should be just around the corner.
Mm.
Yeah, but instead...
And that's when it will start to hit hard?
Yeah. We're getting drip-fed Arch-tempereds the way through, presumably.
But they're not obliged to follow the same route that they have in the past. They don't have to do that. They can change things up, because they change things up by shortening the beginning curve in the name of having a story that takes place basically in low rank. There's no reason that they can't have a smooth ramp into really, really powerful fights over the coming days, because remember, they have to keep this community alive until Master Rank comes out, which is usually expansion thing.
Yeah, it's I'm treating this, I think, more on a fight by fight basis, because I don't know where the difficulty curve's going to go. I just want the each individual fight to come out and be good. And right now, AT Raydao is fine, and he stands out right now because he's the only one that's got an AT version.
So the AT Raydao resembles more AT Valhazak in deployment. So AT Valhazak, basically, they made adjustments to the environment that you have to fight him, and that you have to fight him amongst a bunch of acid. They increased a bunch of his abilities, moves, radii, and that sort of thing. Basically, Kirin, only thing that it did is it could one-shot you. AT Valhazak, they removed a whole bunch of easy ways to trivialize him, which was like against AT Valhazak. Before AT Valhazak, you could beat a Valhazak using Insect Glaive and just flying over all his beams.
Yes.
Because he couldn't raise his head high enough to hit an Insect Glaive user. So they fixed those. And the third one was AT Teostra, which basically made all of the safe zones to fight AT Teostra no longer safe zones, and gave him that sparks in front of the face move that allows him to ruin you if you think you can fight him head on without being careful.
The anti-left cheekbone strat.
Yeah, the fourth one was AT Nergi, and AT Nergi carted people left and right.
Oh yeah, AT Mergy was an absolute beast.
So they can get there. They just need to calculate the timing correctly. Because remember, every time they release a new mainline game, they are also trying to groom new people into the franchise as well as keep the old ones happy. So they have to strike some kind of balance. And whether or not they get the balance right or wrong, I mean, that's something that they're going to have to adjust as they go along. But I don't think that we're at sort of death knell territory here because AT Ray Dow isn't strong enough. Because they haven't brought out an AT Arkveld, they haven't brought out even a tempered Zoshia, they haven't brought out AT Gore Magala. Like, I'm terrified of fighting AT Gore Magala because AT Gore Magala, regular Gore Magala is a freaking nightmare. Tempered Gore Magala, it would cut me if I wasn't playing a really heavily defensive build. AT Gore Magala will probably kill me every time he gets a chance. Because Gore Magala is the king of fake out attacks.
He's kind of a jerk like that.
As
also,
far
I had to just drop out of the game and unplug my keyboard because I've got a cat now.
I see.
Yeah, I just bought actually as part of my trip out. I got a Logitech 915 G915. I swear this thing's got catnip in it. I can not get the damn cat off this keyboard.
You've got the RGB set in a cat hypnotic pattern.
Yes, I must do.
I see.
Yeah, exactly. Go to JB Hi-Fi if you want to buy stuff because damn, they
what is this, a paid advertisement?
I'm going to plug them because I got a really good deal and they didn't have to actually discount as much as they did.
Whether or not you get a good deal from a JB depends on what sales rep you get. Like,
yeah,
there are places that works and places that it doesn't, even within a chain.
Yeah. So I got lucky.
So
yeah, actually, it's a bloody good keyboard. I went with the brown switches, by the way.
Really, that's a risk.
Yeah,
because they're the most polarizing switches in the world. Like,
yeah,
there are people who think that they're the best switch, and there are people who think that there could not possibly be a worse switch than this. Just use a membrane if you're going to do that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, after using the I forget what they're called now, the tacticals that the Logitech usually uses, I'm used to the browns. It's basically the same thing.
Right. No, I'm quite happy with reds. It took me about a week to get used to them, but after I did, I'm perfectly happy with reds.
Yeah.
I have browns in the numpad on this current one. I think I use reds in the main one.
Yeah.
But the something about the browns is the reason, and I'm just used to using them on a numpad, so I kept them there because I have to do a lot of money calculus.
I would definitely go the other way around. Using browns in a numpad seems like the stupidest thing ever.
Well, that's because I ran out of reds.
Oh, I see.
I was replacing all the switches and didn't get enough reds for the numpad, so I had to use browns.
I would definitely use either reds or blues. I wouldn't put browns in a sodding numpad. That would drive me nuts.
No, this was a thing of I bought enough reds to switch out the switches for the main keyboard and not enough for the numpad.
Yeah.
So to keep the numpad consistent, I used all browns.
I keep whining to the.
Drive me nuts.
I keep whining to my IT department that they need me to let me get a mechanical keyboard for data entry. They're like, the company is not going to pay for that.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt if you don't have a mechanical keyboard.
This only concerns, public health, and I guess you don't care that much, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't get the correct entry on a keystroke, there could be the difference between, food that's out of spec and food that's within spec for distribution to the public.
Yeah.
Yeah, enter a date wrong.
But yeah, the period key is dying on me, and I need to swap that switch out.
Yeah, actually, that's another thing. I just haven't looked, but I think I can actually swap the switches on this one.
I can't swap switches, which is the only bad thing about it.
And mine's fully modular.
Red, so. I just wanted mine to work out of the box, and I'm kind of glad that it doesn't have too many missing parts because of me, spilling an entire glass of wine into it within a week.
Yeah, that's a point to membrane there.
It still works. It was able to deal with it. I did have to bathe the entire thing though. I disassembled it and literally submerged it in water and then cleaned it out.
Yeah, otherwise it would be sticky.
I mean, I figure that whatever moisture is left in there, by the time it causes the springs to perish, it'll be time to replace the keyboard anyway, so it should be fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, before we get too far off topic, the AT Raydal fight, aside from his combos now being lethal and extended, the biggest thing it does, that's different from the main one, is new lightning attacks in the air, totally new ones, and new chains with his from his little face horn, and follow-up lightning strikes on a bunch of his attacks that affect the area around wherever he comes down. Just make it so you've got to be either
Only if he has Fulgurite on him. If you break all the Fulgurite, he loses the ability to do that. So you can play around that if you want.
Yeah. So that is the major difference here mechanically. Everything else is just
the major difference. I disagree. The major difference mechanically is that he doesn't fall over from wounds every 5 seconds.
That too. It does take quite a bit to get wounds on there.
Like that was the thing that I noticed the most, is that it felt way more like fighting an old school monster. Because you just couldn't. Oh well, the wound is. We want another topple, so we'll pop this wound. He's back up again. We want another topple. We'll pop these wounds. Like that's not a thing.
This game is scaled so hard around wounds. Like our kill times are like what 18, 21 minutes for when we were using our real weapons, something like that.
Yeah.
And
compared to what you would normally get.
That is double the kill time of a normal monster, simply because we can't abuse the wound system as hard. Because, getting half of a demon dance on a wound and then popping it manually for a full buzzsaw and get a free topple, that's nuts. And you can do it back to back on most monsters. And just the simple tweak to the wound resist doubles the length of the fight and makes it feel like a real Monster Hunter hunt, because the wounds are now a bonus that occasionally appears instead of something you just like, oh, well, do a little bit to it and then manually pop it and knock him over.
Yeah, I feel like this sort of wound frequency is what it should have been as base as well.
Yeah.
And then if you did that, then you would have room to make Flare actually good. Because you could like, oh well, I want to build into topples, so I will build Flare rather than building damage.
Yeah, if
you'd have like build options, which is something that's currently lacking right now because everybody builds the same things.
Yeah. So those things, the wound resistance and the new mechanics to his moves for where you need to take your openings, made the fight interesting compared to the regular one. But I really do want to see that wound resistance applied to other monsters, and I want them to continue to do the moveset updates they did with Raydal as well. I was hoping they would go this route of very slight moveset tweaks, but that have bigger impacts. I hope they don't do follow-up attacks as their main gimmick for all their monsters, because that's a real easy trap to fall into for just making arc-tempered versions of monsters, I think. But for a few of them, I think it works.
I think it works logically for elements like fire or lightning, but I don't think that you can. I don't think you can do the same thing necessarily with, say, Uthduna. I don't think that would make any sense. I think that you could do something similar with say Jindahad. Like if he's constantly striking at the ground with his feet and you're trying to fight him in the same place, you eventually get the frostbite from standing in the same location for too long. You could do something like that, but I think that it's more. It's possible that they will do a follow-up gimmick, but rather than having everything be aftershocks, I think that aftershocks will probably be the lightning thing, and that there'll be a different thing for flame and a different thing for ice and so on.
Yeah, it's and the fact that they changed his moveset in the air, particularly, is a moveset from his flying moves seems vastly expanded. His grounded combos, aside from being bigger, don't seem to mechanically change very much. They're just larger.
No. The thing is, he can chain ground into air now.
Oh right, because he has the backflip.
He does the super railgun will often be followed by either a second railgun, or he will pop up into the air for his next railgun and then backflip down on top of you while you're trying to recover from that one. Like, I noticed that every time he started to charge his railgun, I would lock in focus on him much more than I used to. and be like, okay, I need to get this right because I carry a very heavy weapon, and if I get it wrong, I'm dead.
Yeah. So that's right out. He's where they probably should put him if they're on the curve, I think. I just wish we had more of this difficulty in the game from the start to give me something to chew on and really lock in and focus on. Because there are moments in the fight where you have to pay attention. And he's like Tempered Mizu, I guess, is the closest thing we've got to one. Tempered Mizu in enraged mode can make you have to pay attention to. Or can have bad fights where you have to, but by and large,
Well, the thing is that Gore's not going to cart you with one
yeah,
mistake.
yeah, but it's going to be a slow grind over time of him just not getting out of the air or running away from you the whole time. Mostly is what I find with Gore.
For me, it's not, because I play mainly heavy bowgun in this generation. I mainly find that I'm just not doing meaningful damage to him because he's hiding under his wings.
Yeah, he's always
His wings are all bouncy unless he's enraged. If he's enraged, then you can damage him underneath his wings. But when he's like just chilling, he's basically impenetrable to damage from heavy bowgun. It's really frustrating.
Gore is very obnoxious for me as a small weapon user to fight because I just spend the whole fight chasing him and doing very little actual fighting. It feels like, but and Arkfeld has maybe one move with the world's longest windup that can cart you.
Arkfeld is an odd fight to me. It doesn't really feel like a Monster Hunter fight to me because I feel like I'm just. I feel like you're playing the slapping game with him the entire time.
Yeah.
You're just waiting to see what he does so that you can block it or counter it or dodge it and then go in on him. And then as soon as you're done with your little burst, then you back out and you wait for him to do his next big, massively telegraphed attack that you can punish. And you spend the entire time waiting for him to telegraph a thing you can punish, and then you dash, and then you punish, and then you dash out again, and you wait again. It doesn't feel very dynamic anymore.
Yeah, getting to fight.
That's my time, by the way.
All right.
All right, so I gotta bounce. So I'll catch everyone next time.
Right. See you later.
Next week.
Later.
Yeah, Arkfeld is a weird one. You can be a little more proactive with dual blades with pre-positioning and baiting his attacks. Sometimes he doesn't care, and will track you anyway, and it doesn't matter. But it just nothing really is scary with Arkfeld once you've seen the moveset once.
It takes me a lot more than once, because the way you play Great Sword, normally what you're looking to do is that you're sort of trying to play a kind of game of rock paper scissors for him, but depending on where he is in his wind up and what move he's using, you're going to look to be, okay, do I tackle, do I offset, do I guard, do I roll in and I go for the attack? And you basically are constantly making this decision. And when you get to the level of near perfect play, then you will be interacting with all of his attacks and going on him, full bore the entire time. But to get that to flow naturally takes seeing his attacks a lot of times, because with Great Sword you have to pick one of your 4 approaches. You don't have, I can just dodge and I get bonus damage and evade frames the way you do with dual blades. Like, dual blades is a weapon that kind of trivializes Arkveld's combat style. It doesn't really make it a satisfying combat style.
It's emphasized with Arkveld because he falls under the bucket of there's a handful of monsters in this bucket in this game in particular. Because of the extra iframes they added to demon mode dodge, the correct answer for monsters that fall in this bucket is to stick on top of them and, just be as physically close as possible. Don't demon dance and animation lock yourself, and just wait for them to do anything and dodge to the side. They're monsters that just... Go ahead.
The approach for Great Sword is very adaptive. Like, there is a correct answer to everything that a monster like Arkveld does, but if you don't pick the right one, you're screwed.
There are some monsters that behave better with dual blades and make you actually pick directions to dodge and have to worry about your positioning a bit more. Ones like Utuna are a good example of that. You're not going to be able to dodge everything he does just by stepping to the side. You have to be properly positioned and know when to go in and out. Like the Squidopus actually has a lot of get off me moves, and you are obliged to fight him close range. So knowing when to stop your offense is important there. Although he's more of a question of timing than direction.
Uthduna is a boss that plays very strongly into defensive weapons. Like if you're playing Lance or something, Uthduna is trivial. It's sort of like Arkveld with dual blades, where all you have to do is step around his attacks and you'll be fine. Uthduna telegraphs everything too big to just dodge one step out of it, but you can block them easily. Like the perfect block windows for Uthduna are really generous, so it plays really strongly into great shield weapons.
Yeah, it's just there is this anybody that has a melee attack that has a long recovery and goes in a straight line falls into this bucket with dual blade, and Arkveld is probably the worst defender because all of his attacks, his big attacks, are that long wind up, long recovery, straight line, and you just have to dodge to the side. And you're in range to whack him. You're going to be on a good hit zone, and you'll eventually get a wound, and that's all she wrote because the wound loop starts. So any monster that does that has been particularly throne worthy to me in this game, and the fact that we had to fight so many Arkvelds that I had erased him from my brain should tell you what I think of Arkveld right now with dual blades. Raydao is a much better fight in that you do have to properly dodge your dodge in the right direction. I don't like fights like Gore where I would just my short weapons mean I just am sitting there chasing the monster the whole time.
What you're saying is you want them to bring back Kushala Daora.
No. if that Elder Dragon never makes an appearance again, I'll be happy. I hate that fight. I don't hate the Arkveld fight, especially with other weapons, but it bugs me that he falls into the easily trivialized bucket with my primary weapon, which in previous games was not a problem because we didn't have a dodge with enough iframes to just completely no sell a huge chunk of a monster's moveset. We had to be properly positioned the whole time, but in this game we have that. And the mechanics of the weapon kind of intend for you to use it to get your big damage mode going. So we can't just not use it and play it like old Monster Hunter either.
Yeah, I think that these particular monsters in the game, most of them, they don't have the oppressiveness that a lot of the other traditional in-game Apexes did. Like in Magna Malo, you constantly had to worry about getting his debuff on you, and then you would have to devote your attention to shedding it before, because he had the special blast that he would basically apply to you all the time if you got hit.
Yeah,
you had to think about that. If you got tagged, then it's like, well, your priority is now getting rid of it because it did a lot of damage. Yes. And if you look at Kieran was like the Thunderblight stun kill monster, because everything he did Thunderblight. If you got hit with Thunderblight, then you would get stunned, and if you got stunned by Kieran, you would get killed. Valhazak, you were constantly losing health all the time because the environment you fought him, the water was acid, the air was effluvia, everything that he breathed made you rot. Like everything about him was horrid, and it made you suffer. And so you had to play around that. You could either go for broke and try and kill him before you died, or power to the front guns, or you could attempt to play around the effluvia and therefore nerf your damage and have to knuckle down for a much longer fight. And you had meaningful decisions to make in that sense. Especially considering monsters had way more health on average, or at least so it seemed. I don't know if it's genuinely true or not. But
their health bar numbers and adjusted for weapon output could be the same between the two games, but the wound system is really what tips it over the edge. So much, even more than the wound damage you get, just the free time you get to wail on them. It's I think that they just did not account for wounds in scaling.
Yeah, I think that they sort of it feels like they considered it as like a feature with a capital F in a vacuum, without really playing it out over what does this do over a whole fight to the whole fight.
Yeah, and by the time they might have noticed something, they were too far along in the dev for it to really
Post
knuckle down
beta,
and iron it out.
they made a lot of adjustments post beta, but they were all like very weapon focused. They weren't really focused on the monsters.
Yeah. So just the fact that there is wound resistance on Arch Tempered gives any Arch Tempered they release a chance to be a good and interesting fight. Raydal.
Yeah, my thinking was very different in Arch Tempered Raydal, because I was thinking about, and I didn't even realize that I'd been doing this, but in other monster fights, I keep thinking about how can I get to that wound. I was not actually thinking so much about my position relative to the monster in terms of fighting the monster. I was thinking about how can I capitalize on the wound.
Yeah, because the wound is going to make it irrelevant if you can focus attack it.
But
Or
Arch Tempered Raydal, sprouts a handful of wounds in an entire fight.
yeah, I think when I was using dual blades, which is our best weapon for making those, I think he just got like what 5.
Yeah, something like that. Like 3 red ones, 2 blue ones was pretty normal for us.
And when we were hammer bonking him, we got like 3. So wound loops are not realistically doable without some serious theory crafting on the Arc Tempereds. So it gives them the potential, if they can keep the wounds that resistant on the new ones and realize just how dang powerful the wound system is.
I suppose the good thing is that though right now I have not seen a whole bunch of wailing feedback about him being too hard. I've seen a lot of tentative feedback that they like the style of the fight, but they think he should still be harder. So if they listen to the feedback and we don't end up with the wailing contingent saying that everything is too hard forever, we need to be able to do this trivially. If they don't listen to that, then I think we could head in a good direction from here.
Yeah, I think there's opportunity to learn. And I think having a monster now that is properly wound resistant to show the potential for Arch Tempereds in the future, I think is good. And I don't think the Raid fight's bad. I think it's just I might have given that impression a bit talking about him, but he's I don't think he's a bad fight. I think he's good. He just he makes a
I think he's
comparison.
good for base tempered though.
Yeah,
he's like a good base tempered. Like I think he's sort of around the level that I would expect from like a halfway between a real deal Elder Dragon and a tempered Elder Dragon sort of level of difficulty.
yeah.
I think is a very solid fight now, but the base Raydal is now going to look sort of ridiculous by comparison.
Yeah, if we were to go fight a baby one, it would just it would be a joke.
Is he going to do something? Is he going to do something?
He'd be just standing around
What
there,
about now?
not attacking, expecting him to flip up in the air. But yeah, that's where I expected the end game of Monster Hunter to be at launch in the base game, and it just we've only got a handful of monsters that can move that fast and do that kind of stuff.
I think that this is a lot of this is to do with the way that they set up the end game, where the only relevant monster at launch was Arkfeld.
Yeah,
like you fight some Gormagalas to get your gear if you're going to go for the meta set that was meta at launch, and then you just fight Arkfeld forever to get your Artian parts.
Yeah, and Arkfeld is long straight lines from melee range.
I think Arkfeld is a very solid monster, like viewed in a vacuum. I just don't want him to be the only monster I ever fight.
Yeah, I always compare Arkfeld to Nergi in my head. It's just they feel, as much as I fought Arkfeld, like the only monster I fought that much in World was Nergi.
Well, compared to Nergi, I feel like Arkfeld feels like a creaky old man with stiff bones.
Yeah, so it's like, just Arkfeld always falls short in my brain.
I'm gonna do my best. I'm just not vital. I'm not energetic. I'm just gonna do what I can, and then gonna take a siesta.
Nergi gets out of bed, drinks his coffee, and is like, it's gonna be a very angry day today.
Just like all of the other days.
So it's the fact that we haven't had any kind of monster that can get out there and really put the paint on like Nergi could. And you got Nergi out of the box. Like he was there on the front cover in World. And there's nothing.
Nergi was very punishable though. Before Arch-Tempered Nergi, once you mastered spine breaking, he was trivial.
That's the thing though. Once you mastered. In these fights, mastering a fight has taken me one attempt for all of them, pretty much, to get that level.
The difference is that spine breaking, sans the damage bonus, spine breaking on Nergi works exactly like the wound system. You were able, once you understood how Nergi functioned, you could topple him over and over and over in his base form.
Yeah.
So Nergi still had his issues. It's just that they hadn't, done the, what's the meme? Like the yellow paint meme?
I don't know this meme you're talking about.
Like the trend in current games like Resident Evil to put yellow paint on things.
Oh, yeah, I do. Okay.
Yeah, the wound system is that. Nergigante has the wound system. It's just that they didn't tell you that's what it was.
Yeah. You're not mono-focusing on it, so you actually have to learn it in real time because it's not sold to you as a key feature mechanic.
Yeah, and then once you do, you realize that if I exploit the crap out of this, then I can topple Nergi easily by I'll break the spines here, break spines there, go all in on his front right leg, and bam, Nergi falls over. And you can repeat this quite regularly once you get the hang of it. But because it's all sort of learned organically, it doesn't feel like you're cheating the way Wounds does.
Yeah, and Wounds applies to every single monster in this game, and it's big, glowy, and it has a dedicated button in this game for knock the monster over.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. I think that they should have made that a side effect of simply using them as a damage target if you're going to go that way. I know that they wanted to move forward from Clutch Claw in a creative direction, but I think that this was overshooting the mark by a mile.
Yeah, and they definitely did not give the monsters enough health to compensate for the raw amount of wounds you can do. And realistically, the answer to that is make the wounds appear less, but you made it the selling point of your game now, so the marketing team, even if they did catch it, would be like, yeah, no, we're too all in on this. You ain't gonna do that.
I'm not really against it in principle. I don't know. I think that if you just removed focus attack, that would be enough.
It would certainly help.
Be enough to bring them back. That would be enough to bring them back because, a lot of the times, Radar gets a wound on his back and everybody's holding a hammer, and you're like, well,
that's going to be there forever. He got that wound on his back from when I mounted him. I put that one up there, and I was thinking about it after I put it up there. I'm like, I think I just wasted my time making that one. And sure enough, as soon as we got down, that wound never got popped. Oh, I heard a mic pop.
It was just me. I was having respiratory issues, so I muted the mic briefly.
Okay. But yeah, that's where we're at with Monster Hunter right now. We'll see. I'm going to be mostly judging these fights on a fight-by-fight basis and only comparing them in difficulty feeling really to World, I think, is the better way of doing it. Yeah. Rice has wire bugs to throw the whole equation out of whack, but I can pick a monster that they roughly feel equivalent to in difficulty. And, in World, if I think back hard enough, AT Raydal feels about like base Nergi. Or we could just use the Nergi scale of how tempered does Nergi need to be to match up to the current art temper that's been released.
I feel like I feel like he was. I feel like his pace is different to Nergi though.
Yeah.
I feel like it feels more like base Velkhana to me. Less artful than base Velkhana, but it feels in terms of damage output and frequency, it feels like base Velkhana.
Velkhana is one monster I did not fight very much. So I don't remember them very well.
I farmed full Velkhana gear, so I fought it quite a few times. But it feels a bit more like Velkhana to me.
Yeah. But it's a good step in the right direction. I want to see them expand on this, and I hope that future ones have build it up to be just and are just a bit harder. I think if this is the difficulty level we're at, I would like them to be just a little bit rougher. But yeah, I'm still I'm not gonna get anything that I'm really looking for in terms of Monster Hunter Challenge until Master Rank stuff comes out. I think at this rate, unless we see a curve shoot up. So just taking the fights and seeing which ones are fun and talking about them is probably the right way to go. Anyway, we've netted on about that a lot. We should probably move on to whatever week you got.
I need a break first so that I can go to the bathroom.
All right. A bit abrupt. Here is the break screen. We'll be right back. And we're back.
Yes, indeed.
I did a baby Rathalos because I thought Vol would be longer in the bathroom, and it had a friend show up that stuck on the other side of the gate.
Anyway, weeks.
Yeah, your week.
So, this week's at work sucked balls big time. It was basically me getting growled at by higher ups for not doing a bunch of meaningless corpo crap well enough to satisfy meaningless corpo crap. Apparently, I need to write more reports about paper cuts in the workplace, and I'm not even joking. I really need to get out of corpo. Good grief. Anyway, around here it was flooding all week, so weather was terrible, everything was slow, there were lots of problems because nothing got moved around anywhere, logistically speaking. Everything is delayed, and yet we still have a mountain of work to do because we can't get a lot of the materials we need to work on it efficiently. New Zealand, as some people are aware, comprises of 2 main islands with a strait between them. But a lot of manufacturing of specialist goods is in the North Island only. So stuff that you need as consumables on a daily basis requires to come by boat a lot of the time. And if you have 7-meter swells in the strait, you can't get your consumables. So, yeah, kind of sucked. Anyway. Gaming-wise. Blue Archive doesn't have anything new this week other than... Well, what is going on this week is, firstly, new PvP season. The new PvP season appears to be aimed at dethroning Yuka as the queen of all PvP. In the 11 seconds into the stage, all of the main pieces of cover in the stage will spontaneously self-destruct and apply a 80% evasion down on all characters. So Yuka constantly just utterly dominating the tanking in PvP is now over. She's basically hopeless this season. You've got to come up with something else. So focusing on tanks that have just like sheer durability or self-heal is the way to go. But unfortunately, it has done very little to impact Garden Hose Sloot. She still reigns supreme as far as wrecking shop goes.
She making all the girls wet with her garden hose.
She does make all the girls wet. It appears to be a special skill of hers.
Much to the chagrin of Tiny what's her name? Is that her name? I feel like I'm
Koharu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although, I mean, methinks she doth protest too much.
Probably, but at least she tries to keep it private.
But the other thing is they've restructured Decagrammaton into a standard story chapter and have done a rerun of that so people can get caught up, which is a serendipitous timing for this rerun since they've just previewed the next part of the Decagrammaton story and for the JP Courier servers. Not really much to say about that. There's not like anything has changed. It's way less complicated in execution than before. It's basically just, you accrue points while the event is on that you can trade in for stuff, but it doesn't require you to do anything involved with the event itself. The event is just basically running to let you know that the story has been restructured. And of course, because the story has been restructured as a conventional story chapter rather than an event, which was always a pain because it's part of the main lore of Kivotos, but it was only ever available for like a week and a half at a time. Since it's now a regular chapter, it's got pyro rewards associated with it as well, so it's worth going through at least once. So that's that. ZZZ, I decided to attempt to pull for Vivian, and I pulled all the way to soft pity, almost to hard pity, but not quite. And got Kaleda instead. Disappointing. I don't think I'll invest more in in trying to pull for Vivian, but rather I'll just buckle down and save for Yishin in 2.0.
You have like 120,000 primo currency by then. Well, she's only 2
I think
banners away.
I think you're overestimating how far away she is, but I also think that Jufufu is adorable, and so I kind of like to pull for her as well, depending on how she works out in the but we'll see. There's not as high of a priority. There are several characters who are getting buffs to their numbers on their core skills as well to improve their sort of overall basic functionality. I can't remember exactly which ones. I remember Kaleda was one of them, but I can't remember what the others are. But Kaleda stuck out in my mind as being one that sees basically no use due to just sort of being vaguely underwhelming in every respect.
Sorry to quest for a baby Mizu in the forest for the weekly.
It's not like there's anything wrong with Kaleda. She's just not good. Like when you've gone and released something like Lighter to directly power creep her, well, nobody's gonna. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze, but I can't get the sneeze out. That when you release something like Lighter, which is a direct power creep of the same role and same element, and is just better across the board on a raw stats basis, that's going to basically invalidate your previous design. And I feel like Coletta's one of those designs who some of her budget will have gone into the fact she has special interactions with Ben, and that seems like an idea that they've just discarded.
Yeah.
As far as like having factions have special guest appearances from fellow faction members, it seems like that's just not a thing that they're going to move into more broadly as far as game design is concerned. So Kaleda now needs to have something to make up from the fact that she has obviously got design budget has gone into that, and that Ben is basically an unused character at this point. You can see bits of Ben in Seth that is still used, and Caesar that is still used, but Ben himself is not used.
Yeah.
So they need to reallocate that design budget basically for Kaleda. But for other characters that they are buffing, I think that they said that they were going to buff Astra.
Yeah,
which is interesting because everybody uses Astra every chance they get.
Yeah, for casual play, she is amazing. Maybe at the very top end sweaty play, she's just not putting the numbers out for a premium character they want.
That doesn't seem to stop people running her.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up with what the very hard with what the metas are doing. Like, so aside from the characters I regularly play, I just
yeah, it's I don't know. It's a little bit of a mystery to me, but I'm glad that the general trend at Hoyo seems to be to just be more flexible about this kind of thing and not treat it as sacrosanct that you can't modify a character once it goes live.
Yeah, because a lot of stuff in Genshin and Star Rail has desperately needed it, especially Genshin. But I think Genshin's the only one that hasn't announced any changes like this.
I'm just hoping that they will intervene and improve Kaleda, and that this will also set a precedent, because, well, basically I want... Oh, that was an accident. I didn't mean to do that.
I forgot I prepped it waiting on you.
I want Fushuen buffed, because she has serious problems with her kit that cause interactions with major enemy mechanics to just break down, and she ceases to function as a character entirely. And I really, really want to see that fixed. And if they put her in the, oh, she's now a pseudo standard that they appear to be doing, then I won't ever get that. And that will make me very, very sad. So I'm hoping that ZZZ can be a trendsetter in this regard. And the more sort of cross-pollination that these teams can bring in, the better, I think. because there are still things that Genshin, like let's say, does that the others just don't do. Like I think that there are probably ideas associated with, you know, free exploration and free movement that Genshin could probably find ways to export to the other titles. And on top of that, the sense of character ownership I feel is stronger in Genshin, and the co-op is definitely stronger in Genshin. So there's definitely stuff that even from that, the most conservative, most, you know, refuses to change anything game, there's still things that they can learn from there. There are plenty of quality of life things, particularly in Star Rail, that I think could do with being exported. And there's a lot of sort of particularly things related to attitude and adaptability in ZZZ that I think could afford to be exported. There's a lot that those teams can learn from each other if they are just both willing and permitted to exercise flexibility rather than, you know, being entirely dominated. There are things about that I'm very concerned about, though, for broader going forward, which I'll get into a little bit later, because it concerns Hoyo more generally rather than a particular game in the stable. Though it need not necessarily be a problem, depends on some of the numbers. But yeah, so I utterly failed with Vivian, and I'm planning to basically keep my powder dry for a while. I've got about 44k in the bank right now. And that's basically earmarked for Yishin. I've seen some of her combat animations. They're very cool. They don't look anything like usual Ether animations, though. But she's definitely very cool. And when she seems like more of a mid-range character, but her sort of like the look to her fighting is very dynamic. And actually, she looks a little bit, in some respects, in some parts of her combo, she looks more like Jane than you would normally expect from a mid-range character. But she does do a lot of like up close and personal combat, but she's got a lot of like AoE type stuff as well. And she can fly, sort of. Like her flying animation looks kind of like Aoife's flying animation, though. I don't know if you've seen that.
I have not.
Well, you know, Aoife's little bird.
Oh, the don't worry about it, bro. Bird.
Yeah, it carries him. He dangles beneath it as it flies along. That's his flying animation. Yishuan's is kind of similar in various ways.
I mean, if it works.
But yeah. And also Zhufufu's combat animations are also very, very dynamic. Although they're a little bit silly in a lot of ways. Like, what are they? There's a monster. The monsters that are basically like spinning shells in Mario. Whatchamacallits. Anyway, basically she rides on her weapon like that and just sort of spins around like a Beyblade, and hits things. In addition to having sort of like more of a sort of martial arts style, after image style combat technique as well. So I like a lot about what the animations I've seen of the new characters that are going to come out in the 2.x series. I think the Angels of Delusion characters are a little bit cringe. I know that there's going to be heaps of people who are really into the Angels of Delusion. They've had fans since the game came out. But,
that's the idol group, right?
The sort of like idols / streamers type characters. They're basically the in-universe version of HoloLive.
I see.
But or so it seems anyway. But whether or not they're baked into the stars of Lyra, gutless.
That was 1.2k. It wasn't as big as the Greatsword can do, but it's still pretty good.
But
I just need 2 quests in the forest.
didn't actually grab any parts. I don't think I actually carved the tail either. And I have no idea where the tail was. Why is it that you can't open the map?
Oh, because that would skip the mission.
Everything about the UI in this game is retarded. And it's like this in every entry in the franchise.
Yeah.
They need to like, use their brains for once.
I hire anybody that has worked on any other video game to come in and
Hire
tell
a
you why you're...
10-year-old with common sense.
Give the UI to the pizza guy who comes in to deliver your late night pizzas during crunch and say, can you figure this out?
He will just tell you the answer. But yeah. So, at any rate, yeah, I'll probably hold fire until 2.0 launches and then go from there. There's often a paradigm shift of sorts around a new number, a new leading number on the version, but there's no precedent for that in ZZZ yet. I don't know how that lines up with anniversary, if at all. Like, I don't know when anniversary is versus when 2.0 is. Do you?
Versus 2.0? For ZZZ, no. We don't, since we're now reaching the end of it. I think the anniversary should be sometime around June or July.
Right, so it'll be sort of 2.1-ish or mid 2.0 probably.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah. What else? Four Booze is back. I don't hate it, but nor do I find it particularly thrilling. It's just a job to do for me. I got the minimum necessary done. I didn't try and go all the way to 500. It's quite doable because there's so much of it is just luck. You don't need any particular skill. But it would require me to sit there and do it. And I have better things to do. The game is cute and all, and it's fun for 10 or 15 minutes, and after that I'm just not that interested anymore. It's not what I signed up for. I don't hate that it's there. I don't resent the people that like it, but I don't want to spend all my time doing it.
Well, it should be popping soon, or maybe it already popped and I didn't notice.
I was in the menu. Yeah, it's on the end of it.
Okay, I'll hold off on Deeps then, because I've been going ham on this Lollip Arena.
Why you bully?
Trying to get our forest quest done, man.
So yeah, 4 Booze is a thing. I also got my first 9 stars on the last cycle of Deadly Assault, using a menagerie of incredibly jank teams that on paper didn't seem like they'd work, but in the end they did anyway. So I'll take what I can get. There is no reward for a clean kill, only getting the job done. So yeah, the clean kills are for people who want bragging right.
I'm really gonna stop.
So yeah. That's ZZZ. Genshin Impact, not much to write about there. There was a, quote, co-op, unquote, game, which was not in any respect co-op. It was entirely about trolling and sabotaging everybody else in the game. So it ended up being something that I did the minimum of and then got out because it's literally a game about trolling and being trolled.
You remember those mini games in Mario Kart and Diddy Kong Racing where you would do 1v1v1v1 PvP?
Yeah.
That's what this was.
Yeah. Talk about things that I did not sign up for. But yeah, I got it done because I want Primogems. Don't we all?
We're all about to run out of them?
Yep. So they also have a little block breaker style game.
I hate this thing.
Which is,
it's not hard. I just hate it.
I would hate it if it took any amount of time whatsoever to do, but it doesn't. You spend 5 minutes a day for like 3 days and you're done.
Yeah.
So I don't have to think about it anymore. It's a waste of dev time in my opinion, because it's kind of too trivial to be of interest. But they've got to give the intern something to do, I guess. That's basically all my opinion is of it. I'm done with it. I don't need to touch it ever again. don't think it was worth doing. I would have preferred if they'd done something more interesting. They didn't. But it is what it is.
Yeah, those kind of games, and I think really made me mad about it is something very stupid that will not trigger most people. They made it sound like rhythm and timing actually would matter on how you hit it, and like you had.
I couldn't work out where the music came into it at all. Like, why have you got a music theme for this?
Yeah, like, but it just doesn't.
I was very confused by that whole thing. It's almost like they wrote the script for a different game than the one they actually put in.
Yeah, it's like there were some last minute revisions to this because something was beyond dumb with the original design.
Or maybe they just couldn't get it to work for some reason. Who knows?
Yeah.
But either way, it's a trivial and silly game of no import. But it's of no concern to me any longer because I've got my Prima Gems. I'm going to go home.
Yeah, the only saving grace for that thing was how short it was. I hate those type of games. There are very.
I don't have any feelings about them whatsoever.
I played a lot of them when I was a kid in terms of the style, and it's long since worn out its welcome with me. But more than that, just its particular implementation here just sat really bad with me. I didn't like it at all. And whenever these games do something this like with these super novel mini games, I want them to be not just a redux of like I don't like the Bomberman one either when they just do that. I don't like the 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 weird Mario Kart thing they've done. I get that they're trying to have novel events and experimenting. That's fine. I just wish they would kind of. Genshin's harder because Genshin is all exploration and none of these little baby events are going to stick around. I get that. So novel events are pretty much all you got.
Well, and none of them are really out of place either, in some sense, because it's supposed to be a menagerie of different activities in an open world game.
Yeah, it's just these all always sit bad with me when I have to do them on a timer with there's a lot of gems for Lullabrina.
Well, it becomes a job.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you've given me an annoying. It's like your boss has given you an annoying task to do it. Now you just have to sit down and do it, even though it seems like a waste of time.
Yeah, the fact that there were 2 back-to-back ones like that. Oh, there's another Lullabrina we can go beat up.
Well, you can go beat it up.
Oh,
I am staring at a loading screen.
I have to beat it up first to start the quest.
But yeah, so that's a thing. It exists. They released Escofia's trailer, which confirms the fact that she is essentially Gordon Ramsay in Fontaine.
I have not watched it yet.
But yeah, I'm still on the sort of the 80% going to pull for her level. That I'm sort of leaning quite strongly in that direction because I think she's a fun looking character in terms of the role she plays in the story and her demeanor towards others, etc. Which ultimately that usually drives my pulling decisions.
That should be up.
I don't typically think very much about meta or anything like that unless the meta or my roster is in a really rough place, in which case you've sort of got to consider it to prevent getting put in an awkward position. But yeah, I'm leaning in that direction. I've got a tolerable amount of primos at the moment, not a huge amount, tolerable amount. But yeah, them having announced, as I discussed last week, the banners that are coming up. I sent a picture of it to Ari this morning because it just reminded me when it was presented all together like that of the meme that's currently going around of this is the greed that they talk about in the Bible.
Yeah,
because it's just got so many premium characters. But the thing that really sticks out to me is that poor Yoimiya, always the bridegroom, never the bride.
Yeah, when you sent that to me, I think I just sent you a gif of Sparkle shooting herself in the head. I have not sharpened my hammer between Lullabarinas.
They sure did. They sure did decide to cash in on the next banner, but you know, it's that's just the Yuimiya thing, right? Like it's always the Raiden Shogun stealing her thunder, no pun intended. Like she just can't win.
Yeah, like in the Fontaine era, I would have pulled for Yoimiya because she's fun and she looks like her gameplay is interesting and novel, but she just never came at a good time.
She's got a real hate dim though. I don't know why people are against her. She's got Rin's voice actress, except speaking in Kansai dialect, and people accuse her of being a yapper, which I don't know what that means to Azuma.
It appears to mean characters like Navia that will yap the entire time they're idling on the field. And oh boy, is Navia a yapper. Girl talks the whole time. Navia is in fact particularly infamous, which is why I'm pretty sure this is correct. Because people complain about her yapping all the time and calling her a yapper. Because one of her yapping lines doesn't have any words in it. It's just the incredibly suggestive moaning she does while she's trying to catch her hat while it's being blown away in the wind.
Most of Citlali's idols don't have any yapping in them because she's too busy making drunk noises and trying to stay awake.
If you have not heard English Navia's I'm losing my hat. I need to find a way to stop it from flying away voice. I will attempt to find it after the show.
I haven't heard anything English from Navia. I don't even know what she sounds like.
I had Genshin open and the sound on my speakers, and my sister came in the room, and Navia started making her noises. And she's like, "What are you?" And she realized it was just Genshin. She's like, "What is wrong with her?" Her hat's blowing away. She's like, "Oh."
I see.
She's like, "I thought it was something else." Like, I know.
Well, that's a thing. Anyways, not much else to mention Genshin wise, I don't think.
Genshin's in full farm mode this week. Recoup all the freaking EXP books and Mora I used the last entire banner cycle.
Yep. I did pull on the free on the permanent banner once, and I got whatchamacallit. What's her name? Chivalrous.
Oh, so you have one.
More than I got from Vivian's banner.
What are you talking about? Your girl showed up for you.
Ugh. Anyway.
If you level her up, she'll stop showing up.
Possibly. So yeah. So I have a copy of Chivalrous now. But I mean, Genshin 4 stars, usually you want all of the copies. Like
yep.
a lot of the big talk about how great the 1.01s are is from people who have C6 on all of them.
Yeah, back when it was in ZZZ's current, population-ish, where you could reasonably get them on, standard banner pools and max them out when the pool of 4 stars on that thing was relatively little. And so it was much easier. So anybody that played the earlier you jump into a Hoyo game, and the more you pull on the banners early, the better a chance you have of having the early 4 stars at max constellations, or whatever the equivalent is.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on to Star Rail. So I pulled for an Axa, and I got Jeopard.
How many did
because
Jeopard?
Of course.
How many did Jeopard?
One. If I get one more Jeopard, then he will be maxed.
Let's see. I meant how many
to Jeopard. It was quite early. I didn't keep count, but it was relatively early.
Okay, I call those wins when you get an early pity.
It was not. I would call it a win if it wasn't Jeopard.
Just think of it like this. Now,
Because
one
it
more.
was Jeopard, one more, and I'll be able to start getting those tokens. That's why I didn't remove Jeopard from the list, because I knew that my luck with Jeopard is that Jeopard always comes home. So eventually, either the Desire Sensor will stop giving me Jeopards because he's on the list and he's maxed out, or I will start building up tokens that I can use to trade in for more copies of Runmei, which is what I really want.
Maybe Jeopard will get buffed in future when he's just totally irrelevant, and your C6 Jeopard will come save the day. He'll be your little baby adventuring.
I mean, his problem is just numbers. Like if he had a way of accruing energy, then he would still be perfectly usable. He wouldn't be adventuring because nobody is adventuring.
Yeah.
But he would. His main problem is that you can't up his shield fast enough because it's bound to his ultimate, and he has no means of generating energy.
Yeah. The only teams I used to see him in back when I first started were like double sustain team meme comps with Wowo.
Well, I mean, when I was using him, he was still relevant, but he's not now. So. But yeah, so I got another Jeopard, and then I had to pull quite probably into soft pity, but not quite hard pity, I don't think, to get Anaxa. So I got Anaxa. Now, Anaxa I got purely for the sake of my queen, the Herta, because I want to be able to use the Herta everywhere. And currently, the Herta is bound to her element. And this is not a problem, not a big problem in pure fiction, but it is a problem elsewhere. And Anaxa basically makes the Herta compatible with the whatchamacallit. I can't remember they give such baroque names to every in-game mode, so I can't remember any of them.
The one on the train.
The one on the train?
That in-game mode.
No, not that one. Because that one could be anything on any given day.
The apocalyptic something one.
Apocalyptic Shadow. So it makes basically it makes Herta Apocalyptic Shadow compatible. And the thing about this is that Anax is very, very strange as a character because he's an erudition character, but he is vastly more useful in single target scenarios. And the reason for this is that in Apocalyptic Shadow, break is everything. Well, it's not so much that break is everything. Break isn't everything. In fact, break isn't that great in certain versions of Apocalyptic Shadow. But doing toughness damage is everything. Since depleting the toughness bar is the key to unlocking the ability to actually do reasonable damage in Apocalyptic Shadow. And that's basically what Anaxa does. Because Anaxa is an erudition character who specializes in bounce. And bounce, if it runs out of other targets to hit, because it always emphasizes attempting to hit an unhit target before hitting a target that has been hit. But if there's only one, then you're stacking all of that toughness damage on one target and all of the on-hit effects on one target. Which means that you can switch on the Herta in the ability to apply toughness damage in elements where it doesn't apply. Now, I've looked at what the community say about the theory crafting, and it is as I suspected. Anaxa's weakness implant, and much like, but not exactly like, Silverwolf's, installs the weakness but doesn't do anything about any intrinsic elemental resist. It just enables your ability to deplete toughness. Silverwolf is a little bit different because she can shred at the same time. So it sort of doesn't matter in her case because you're going to shred regardless. It will work better for other elements that don't have base resistance already, but it's still going to shred. But basically having Anaxa alongside the Herta basically gives the Herta an almost ideal battery for single target high health, high toughness scenarios, because it means that she can bring her power to bear more efficiently. When it comes to something like pure fiction, despite being an erudition character, Anaxa is actually pretty bad. And the reason for that is that each bounce target will only hit once, the weakness in store from his skill will be random, and basically he doesn't bring a lot to the table. Now, if you build around him, purely around him, as a hyper carry, you can actually make him quite good as a hyper carry. he can be slotted in instead of the Herter with an extra support. And in that context, he's actually effective because he has two modes. He has support mode and he has hyper carry mode. When he is a hyper carry, he gets a massive, massive bonus to his crit damage as long as no other Erudition characters are in the party. If there are other Erudition characters in the party, then he loses that massive crit bonus and gives a much smaller general bonus to his party members. Except it benefits everybody, not just him. So basically he can be used in either context, as either a support erudition or as a hypercarry erudition. I haven't tested him on hypercarry erudition because basically I've built him as very middle of the road using what I had available. I have had very, very bad luck, as usual, for the past 3 weeks or so getting relics for him, so I had to craft a number of them. I decided in the end I'd just craft the planet ornaments because planet ornaments are a shit show to farm. So I just crafted ones that fit him. But I basically used the same gear set as the Herter for his main gear set, which is not his best one. It's a few percent points behind his better ones. But what I found in practice is that he's really heavily dependent on speed. You don't need to build him dependent on speed. If you're running him like alongside say Sparkle as a support in a hypercarry build, then he's not going to care about speed at all. You can just build him for attack because basically Sparkle will be able to make up the difference. Because he has mechanics that provoke like double shots from his ability. So he gets a lot of actions within a single turn compared to other characters. But the problem is when he is between turns, he just looks like dead weight on the field. It's really uncomfortable to look at, in fact. He just is not moving because he's not like Jade with follow-ups or Mini Herter with follow-ups or anything like that. As far as other Erudition characters go, he just sits there and does nothing until it's his turn. When it is his turn and he deploys everything correctly and everything works, and rather than having external energy gen like the Herter does and Tribi does, he has internal energy gen, and that he just makes more energy than other characters do when he acts. But he needs to act. So he doesn't generate those out of turn. He doesn't generate those out of turn ultimates the way other characters do. Not to the same extent anyway. Of course he gets energy when he's hit, much like other characters do, but it's not... He doesn't like spontaneously manifest an ultimate the way Tribi or the Herter do. So you do have to build him in a very classical erudition way, assuming you're not going to get any help whatsoever until it's your turn, and then capitalize on your turn. But yeah, he's also got another effect that when it works, it's really useful, which is that when he deploys his ultimate, it interrupts whatever the target is doing. So if you've got that arsehole Hule on the other side of the field with 3 turns, and you can manage to stick the landing on his ult special effect, which doesn't have much effect hit rate. You don't build him for effect hit rate either. But if it does land on him, it will just no-sell Hule's second 2 turns if you let him get off his first move. So you can tactically use it like that as well. So yeah, he's quite a bit of a utility knife character. Does a lot of different things. None of them he does them at like an ultra premium level, but you can slot him into a variety of different teams for a variety of different purposes, and he has a whole bunch of little things in his kit that make him applicable to lots of different niche situations. As a standalone character, just performing, he seems incredibly mediocre. Like, he's just not impressive at any one thing. But he can do a lot of different things very well when slotted into correct contexts.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely an interesting character. I couldn't like ultra strong recommend pulling him for any person who wasn't like absolutely devoted to the idea of improving the Herter's team. I did not pull his signature light cone, nor did I attempt it, because the one that we got from the Paperfold Academy patch is plenty good enough for him in a supporting role. I would, if you are like a husbando, an Axa simp, and you want him to be super powerful, I would say you definitely need to pull his signature light cone to get that, though, to use him as a really powerful hyper carry. Building him as a hyper carry will become much easier if you give him his signature light cone. You can still use him as a hyper carry without, but it's not going to perform as well. You're looking at about 20% behind, sort of thing. But yeah, I'm unhappy about pulling an Icky Boy, but it's all in the service of the Herter. So, in practical terms, it does play out quite well. Although every time you're forced to go in raw without any techniques or anything, it always ends up being a mess because you've got no skill points to work with. Everybody's moving slowly. You're doing no damage. No weaknesses are implanted yet. It's just a huge disaster when you have to go in with no energy and no techniques. But under ideal circumstances, he performs excellently.
Yeah, I pulled a Nicky Boy all for Numby. So I know what needs to be done sometimes, unfortunately.
Yes. Anyway, next thing. So the other thing Star Rail related that I did was I watched the Star Rail live concert 2025 last night. It aired at like after 11 p.m. my time, so I was up till the wee hours of the morning watching it. It was a fantastic concert. I very much enjoyed it. It was good pretty much all the way through. There were high points and low points, but it was a really enjoyable experience. The opening, of course, was just as always, was the title screen piece, but the whole thing was a fake out because they did the traditional sort of the conductor comes up on stage and bows and then starts to conduct the first orchestral piece like they do in every one of these game concerts, right? It was a fake out though, so he does like the prologue of the title screen music, but the first piece, the first proper piece, is actually Geniuses in the Universe, which is Herta's theme. And so Herta appears on screen, and the conductor, having introduced himself, introduces Herta, and then shortly afterwards, Herta complains that the applause that she is receiving is not sufficient, and that this is the conductor's fault for not being able to hype the crowd well enough. So she declares the conductor now fired, and a whole bunch of people run on stage and bodily pick up the conductor and drag him off the stage while the conductor protests. And then Herta continues conducting to complete her piece. And at the end of it, she then says that Hoyoverse hasn't earned the privilege of having her conduct the rest of the concert, so she's going to leave now, and she just wanders off. So basically, all in all, classic Herta behavior. Quite enjoyable. And she delivers a very Trumpian "you're fired" in English when she gets rid of the conductor. The version of the concert they streamed is the one set in Shanghai, and everything is in Chinese. So it was quite surprising to see that Herta deliver the "you're fired" in English.
You're fired.
The next piece was No Dazzle, No Break, which is Rapper's theme. Riel appeared live to perform it. You can tell she, as an actual pop celebrity, is much more used to being on stage. But the song itself did the weird thing that you see with a lot of live performers who perform their pieces for real instead of lip syncing. And that it's sung in a slightly different key to the studio version. I don't know why that is, but maybe it's that it's just if you're going to also be dancing on stage, certain keys don't work very well to sing in. I'm not really sure.
I'm reminded of Devil Trigger at the Game Awards.
I don't remember it.
It was
I don't
bad.
really pay attention
It
to
was
the Game
really,
Awards one.
it was really bad.
But yeah, I don't. It seems to be a thing though, right? Like the studio version and the live version are often sung in a different key. I don't really know why. And so the one on stage always sounds wrong because you're used to a different one. But yeah, it was like that. So a lot of people seemed a little bit taken aback by how different it sounded. But yeah, it was all right. The stage lighting for this piece was epilepsy inducing because I turned out all the lights and everything for it and all my extraneous lighting and monitors and that to watch the concert. And so I just had this one source of light in the room, which was my largest monitor, and it was kind of mind destroying the amount of flashing lights during that piece. Yeah, there was also an interlude verse that I don't remember from the original song, which was focused on the Slum Banana Monkeys, which was very unsettling in a variety of ways. The fourth piece was an Argenti versus Boot Hill piece, which was really quite entertaining. So it leads with Argenti giving a speech about the manifold glories of a driller, as he is wont to do. And it goes into a violin performance of his character theme, chivalric romance, and then sort of segues medley style into his battle theme. And this is how his segment starts off. But then Boot Hill shows up, represented by like where Argenti has a violinist playing his piece. Boot Hill shows up in the form of an electric guitar piece, and basically they do an instrument duel while their backup dancer posses behind them sort of flail at each other. And after a bit of this dueling, it segues from Argenti's piece into Cowboys Got Business, which is Boot Hill's theme, which starts with the electric guitar performance, but then is sort of joined in with the violin rendition of Boot Hill's theme as a duet, which it was actually a really cool piece. Like, I would totally watch a buddy cop comedy of those two. They're just such a total mismatch. They always seem to get lumped together. The fifth piece was oh, it's not coping with this well. The fifth piece was a dramatic irony, which is Kafka's character theme, which is just basically backed by popular demand because it's one of the most popular pieces in the game. This is I don't know if I don't think it's actually in the game, but it's associated with the IP. This is the one that's based on the Vivaldi's piece. I can't remember which one it was. I don't know classical music. It's either winter or spring. I can't remember. I could be wrong about that too. But yeah, I think it's a Vivaldi one. But yeah, that's basically just backed by popular demand. It was a slightly different mix compared to normal. Had a different intro and some other sort of electronic instrumentation that was a little bit different to the usual rendition of a dramatic irony. Sixth piece was they called it A Glimmer in the Embers, and it was basically a medley of Firefly themes, mainly Embers of Glamoth and Embers in a Shell, which are her two main themes. It was all right. Her music is not among the more memorable pieces in the IP, but there's nothing wrong with them. They're just not hugely distinctive. Seventh piece was White Knight. White Knight is a super popular piece. I've never been a huge fan of it. White Knight is the sort of the image song for the Penacony arc as a whole. It's not of a genre that I like. It's not a song that I really like. I mean, it is a super popular piece of music among the music from Honkai Star Rail, though. Very popular song. So heaps of people were very excited to see it there. But yeah, I mean, they can have it. I don't mind. Not everybody's going to like every piece of music. Number 8 was a medley called All or Nothing, which is basically adventuring themes. There was lots of sort of like lots of electronic stage work done on this, and they portrayed a lot of it as basically an on-stage version of the fight against 10 Stone Hearts Aventuring, which just gave me trauma flashbacks, basically, since that was the hardest boss for me in all of Star Rail. The boss I had the most trouble with was Aventuring. It came at a time where I was at the maximum difference between my account power and the amount of power that was required of me in order to progress, and so it was tough. Oh my goodness. All of the Deshogama.
Oh no.
All of the Deshogama is here.
Our poor Balahara. Buddy. Oh no. Oh no. This is not going well for you, buddy.
He's having a time. He's having a time and a half.
I'll help pound him in the sand.
Is he leaving, or?
No, he was flailing on the ground. Now he's leaving.
Alright, I don't want to fight these Deshogamas. There's too many of them. The next one was Acheron's one. So it started with the music from the dance scene between Acheron and Black Swan, and then led into her character theme, Your Color. It was done quite well. The stagecraft was quite good. They made a good show of representing the sort of the like Acheron's home world is a Japanese themed world where it basically never stops raining. They portrayed that quite well as well, and then as it moved on into it, they did a really good job with the stage lighting and made the entire auditorium was sort of covered in just monochrome and red, the way it is when you use Acheron's ultimate. And it was all the stagecraft throughout was actually really, really good, just like last time. They really pulled out all the stops on that one. But yeah, the next piece was Im Anfang war die Tat, which is basically most people encounter it as the Septimus theme, broadly, but it starts off with the Penacony Theatre theme and then medleys into the Septimus theme. And that's all done quite well, but of course, it being the Septimus theme, it's got to go somewhere once it gets to the third phase, right? Because they did this last time around, except they did Fantilia last time. This time they did Septimus. So, of course, you get to the final phase.
Robin show up.
And Chevy comes on stage and performs Hope is a Thing with Feathers. Basically, it's a fairly typical rendition. It was a fairly typical rendition of the song. They didn't do anything too creative with it. It was the normal one everybody knows. But that's the reason why they did it. Because everybody was singing. And I shamelessly sang along with it as well. She's actually gotten way better at performing on stage compared to last year, because she did her first main theme from Penacony last year, and it was okay, but she's better this time. She's clearly more used to the whole thing. That's what it seemed like to me anyway. The next piece was Soloist, which is Sunday's theme, and they did the whole shebang. They actually got two they actually got two pianists to do it. They got two pianists, one dressed in black and one dressed in white, with a black grand piano and a white grand piano, and they did the whole shtick the way it's done in the original video, with them sort of gradually moving towards each other on moving platforms as it goes on. And it's actually quite a technically complicated piece on piano. But both pianists obviously executed it excellently. And moving on from that one, it went into Had I Not Seen the Sun, which is the third major song Chevy sings in that particular set of music done for Penacony. And it's just sort of it's a song about farewells, and they left the White Sunday on the stage to do the piano work for it, which was quite a nice sort of symbolic nod to the farewell between Robin, who in universe sings Had I Not Seen the Sun, and the sort of the scene of farewell between Sunday and Robin in the game. After this piece, they went into the first intermission, which was Albert coming on stage and doing Albert things, as he does. The only real notable thing about this is I was surprised at how good of a match English Albert actually is for Chinese Albert.
That may or may not be a good endorsement of Albert, the character. You know that, right?
I don't know. Considering Albert is the butt of every joke in a comic relief character, I think it's probably okay. But yeah, so he did Albert things, and basically after doing, various thanks and so on, he introduced the next two songs as fan songs. Okay, so piece 14 was Sword Upon Snow, which is like the most popular Jingliu fan song. It's just a nice song. There's not really much else to say about it, really. Jingliu fan songs tend to be really, really popular because Jingliu simps, a lot of them went deep on pulling her and are very, very loyal to her. And I'm sure they're going to be very happy when she gets her buffs. But yeah, it's just a nice song. That's all. The 15th piece, however, was really the highlight there. The second fan song, and I was astonished that they picked this. They picked Dr. Ratio's Metaphysics of Bathing. If you haven't seen the song, go and look it up, because this is like the Dr. Ratio meme song. It's sort of like, it reminds me a little bit of Iosis songs from back in the day. It's extremely silly. I'm not sure what else to say about it. It's a real brainworm. It's earworm. It's real silly. The person performing it was prancing around on stage in a bathrobe. And the song is about how and I quote, the tub is the ark to enlightenment.
This all spawns from his light cone having him in the tub, right?
Basically, yeah. I mean, Dr. Ratio is just a fantastic character generally, and he's like one of the very few sort of unalloyed altruistic characters in the story.
I mostly know him just because he's cool in all the story scenes he shows up in, but in English his battle lines are just amazing compared to the rest of everybody else. He plays that role so sincerely.
I mean, English and Star Rail is at the best of times a mixed bag.
He's a shining ray of hope in the middle of all the everything that is the entirety of the Astral Express crew. Like, oh, it's K. Ratio's here to throw chalk at people. Sound good doing it.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the song later. I don't think I've got time to do it right now. But yeah, it's a very silly song, but it's very enjoyable for all that because it's incredibly silly. There's a lot of dancing cartoon Dr. Ratio's wearing only a towel. But The next thing was another intermission, which was just basically March 7th, doing March 7th things. And then we went into the next piece, Nothing to Laugh At, which is Fei Xiao's theme. It's all, Chinese style classic instrumentation, all that. If you really like it like I do, then you really like this piece. If you don't like it, then you don't like this piece. For Westerners, it's purely going to be a matter of taste based on whether you like Chinese instrumentation and melodies or not. The next piece was Jing Yuan's Maria Celestia theme, A Flash, which is just another nice piece related to the High Cloud Quintet. And the next piece was my waifu Lingsha's theme, Burning Scent of Home, which was all sort of done in like high wire. The stage stuff was all done in high wire choreography for some reason. I don't know why they try. I think it's to sort of evoke like tendrils of incense flowing through the air and that sort of thing. So, but they definitely put a lot into that. Is obviously another Chinese inspired theme with classical instrumentations. But yeah, it's a piece I like very much, but it has got a lot of this type of instrumentation that Westerners find abrasive to the ear as well. Next piece, moving on in a similar vein, really, was Fugue's theme, which is called Fugue, in case you didn't know. This is basically another Chinese-inspired piece, except it's much more encompassing than Lingsha's. Like, Lingsha's theme is more focused on Lingsha specifically, but Tingyun has Fugue's theme has a lot more to sort of encompass because it involves, Tingyun, her life as Tingyun, as well as her life as Fugue, and so it incorporates a lot of leitmotifs from Shansho generally into a much sort of broader musical piece. So it's another piece that's very enjoyable. All of the dancing, again, it's traditionally Chinese style choreography rather than Western style stage choreography. The next piece is Samudratha, which is another returning fan favorite. This is Imbibita Lune's theme. I'm not really I wouldn't call myself a huge Donahang fan, but Samudratha has always been a real earworm. It's like it gets stuck in my head at least once per fortnight. Similar sort of rate of getting stuck in my head as Sunshine Rainbow White Pony. Don't know why, but it's a very, very popular
I know
piece.
exactly why that one gets stuck in your head.
No, you don't.
I do too.
I'm sure you couldn't possibly guess. There's absolutely nothing distinctive that could clue you in. But
Not that I can say on air anyway.
It's a very Samudratha is a really popular piece. Extremely melodramatic, but Donahang has a lot of fans, especially once he becomes Imbibita Lune, and I expect I am still like pretty convinced that he's also going to end up being a inheritor of a core flame. I mean, why else would they bring him along at this point? He hasn't done anything except visit the library, which is all he ever does.
It's buttering his vision.
I guess somebody's going to do it.
They really don't.
No, they don't. But the next intermission is Mim doing Mim things.
There's one thing Mim does until the most recent patch. That's say Mim.
Yes, and so Mim comes on goes on screen really because it's not a stage person in this case, and says Mim a lot, and then gets the crowd to say Mim along with Mim. This is most of its intermission is just saying Mim a lot. So this basically signals the move towards them Amphorius pieces. So the first one is Anthem of Eras, which is sort of like the baseline theme for Amphorius as a world. Lots of sort of tonal singing, ambient type stuff. And this is basically a stage setting piece where they do the obvious thing and basically drag out on stage a whole bunch of ionic columns. Like giant plaster columns to set up so that it looks appropriately Amphorian.
For a second there, I was still in Dr. Ratio mode and was thinking the columns were shaped like him. Don't ask me why this entered my brain when you said this, but it did. And now the image is stuck there to be filed away.
Like the plaster statue, Dr. Ratio making the heart symbol.
Yes,
or fixing.
Like that one time when he popped up with 1 billion of them in Pinacone. That one event.
Yes, I recall indeed. So piece 22 was Glory of Kremnos, which is the Kremnos / Nikador theme, really bombastic one, and it segues into Wrath of Man, which is Mighty's theme. So basically, it goes from sort of bombastic Amphorian style classical to a heavy metal concert for Mighty's theme. The basically the whole auditorium is lit with blood red lighting, and they bring that gigantic crystal throne on stage, and so on. Yeah, it was in any other context it would have been incredibly cringy, but because everybody knows that you can only take it X amount seriously because it's a Star Rail concert, it was okay. But yeah, it's a cool heavy metal piece, I guess. I mean, I like it well enough. This was followed by like incredibly destructive mood whiplash as we go straight from Wrath of Man to Children Know Nothing, which is Triby's theme. So Triby's theme is sort of like this incredibly upbeat thing based on sort of like Mario chiptune. So it has absolutely no tonal connect to anything beforehand. And they've just got like 3 Chinese girls running around on stage waving rockets around and firing streamers and that during the song, because the song is not a vocal song. So yeah, that was definitely a thing. And then we go straight back into mood whiplash again, because piece 24 is Epitaph, which is Castorus's theme. So it's all very, very somber and orchestrated. And so they based the sort of medley structure largely around a combination of the events of the game and Castorus's Myriad Celestia animation. So it's, everybody's kind of moody and somber by the end of it, despite the fact we just came out of Children Know Nothing. And then, as a surprise to everybody, they went into piece 25, which is A Hunt for the Divine, which is Flame Reaver's theme, and nobody even expected that to be there, since Flame Reaver is not yet a character. Although this from my point of view, just added more reason to believe that Flame Reaver is just fine on, which is the current theory most people have arrived at, including myself. They've sort of given that away a few times, in my opinion, like when Flame Reaver is attacking Mighty, and Mighty has just told Finon where his weak spot is, and Flame Reaver goes straight for that. I mean, if you're trying to, if you are like the Flame Reaver seems to be, tempting to arrest the eternal cycle of Amphorius, the easiest way to do it was to ensure that you can't make any more gods by taking all the core flames away. But yeah, so the A Hunt for the Divine's a very sort of dark and heavy, loud electric guitar and violin, lots of minor keys. The stage production was all like a guy in full Flame Reaver cosplay, being hung by wires to do that performance. Yeah, where is it? Invitation list. Chadacabra? You're gonna bully Chadacabra?
Yeah,
what did he do to you?
We're doing stuff for the show, so he was tempered, and we don't have any low rank tickets.
It's true. Yeah. So after A Hunt for the Divine, they did Nameless Faces, and Nameless Faces is the sort of the main song for Amphorius, the way White Knight was the main song for Pinacone. I like the song, but I prefer the Japanese version to the Chinese one that they preferred. Even the English version one is okay. The Chinese one feels a little bit like you can tell it was originally written to be Chinese, but because I sort of have a rough idea what the relics are in the English, that they don't scan very well at all compared to the Chinese. So, yeah. Fourth intermission was next. Pom Pom comes on stage and does pom pom things. And then you're sort of going into the closing of the show. Piece 27 was Wildfire, backed by popular demand. The Nickelback song. Everybody, including me, sung along to it because everybody knows it. And then on to Interstellar Journey, which was the song from the release trailer. It's not a song I particularly like, but it's popular with a lot of people that have fond memories of it. But I wasn't playing at launch, so I don't. Then they went to the second anniversary song on the Journey, which just came out recently. I'm a bit lukewarm on that one as well. And then the grand finale, the encore song actually, the encore song was Take the Journey. Nobody needed to be prompted to sing this one. Everybody sang it. So, yeah, that's how that shaped up. Overall, it was a great concert. I really enjoyed it, much the same way I enjoyed the previous one. They just do really, really great concerts. They're really good at this type of thing. And I love the music from the Hoyo games generally. Like it's offsetting is impossible with this weapon, my goodness. But yeah, so overall, I would highly recommend watching it if you want to sit down and watch a concert. The problem is I can't because last time I checked, the VOD was not up. And so if you go and look for it, you're likely to get a bunch of people, asinine streamers, talking over it the entire time instead of, anything worth watching. So, yeah. Hopefully it will be up at some point in the near future. The recording of the 2024 one, which I also recommend, is up. So, yeah. Only disappointment was that I would have kind of liked to see Monodrama. I can't remember if Monodrama was in last year's one. It might have been. But I would have liked to see it back since I like that piece. Duodrama would have been too much to hope for since it's properly a Honkai Impact piece rather than a Honkai Star Rail piece. But Duodrama is a great piece as well. Yeah, for people who don't give a toss about the music, the highlight was actually the post concert previews, where they previewed two things. Firstly, they just, without any warning or fanfare, came up on stream the animation for Saber's ultimate in Honkai Star Rail. So it went straight into Excalibur. And so everybody was really hyped about that. And then they brought up on screen saying, this is going to be recruitable as a 5-star, and Emiya will also be recruitable as a 5-star, and also everybody's getting Emiya for free. So my earlier prediction turned out to be bang on the money. And Emiya will be recruitable. Now the structure of this, this is a warning for anybody who might be interested in pulling for either of these. They are structuring this differently to regular pulls because it's a collab. So there is no shared pity with other banners. Lots of people are like trying to burn down the Hoyo offices over this. It's on its own separate banner that uses its own separate tickets. So don't convert everything into golden tickets because it's not going to use golden tickets. And that banner is going to run for an extended period of time in the background of other banners that are cycling. That's the way that it sounds like they're doing it based on the information that they supplied in this preview.
Is this the first collab they've done since Aloy?
No. They've done heaps and heaps of collabs. It's just that this is like probably the biggest one that results in like an actual new character.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant. Is this the first collab character that's on a banner?
Yeah, the first collab banner character. Yeah, since Aloy. Yeah. So the probably the only reason that it's that it got done is because Nasu himself is like a huge fan of Hoyo games. So he was probably able to just force it through no matter what the IP team wanted. Because, I mean, strictly speaking, Hoyo is a direct competitor to Delightworks. But yeah, he forced it through. He still hasn't gotten the Clair buffs that he asked them for, though. But yeah, so that was the first preview. The second preview was the one that I'm a little bit iffy on, and this was the thing I mentioned earlier that I was feeling a bit iffy on, is that they announced a new game, Honkai Nexus Anima, which is going to be presumably another gacha game because they make gacha games, and it's sort of like a cross IP across all of the Honkaiverse IPs, sort of crossover Pokemon style game, monster battling Pokemon style game. Now, they haven't shown anything about it, other than they've shown that Kiana and Blade will both be in it. But I'm a bit iffy about them launching another game now. Like, I know that they tend to build completely new teams, and the best thing that we can sort of hope for from this is that it will be another incubator for innovation to help prop up the older games. But I think that they might end up stretching themselves a bit too far if they're going to like go into the annualized release pattern that killed so many Western games companies.
Yeah, I really, it depends on how isolated their teams are. Hoyo makes a crap load of money, so financial sustainability for this model can probably last a while. But if they once they get up to like 5 or 6 games, I don't know.
Yeah, we know literally nothing about this except that it exists and it's being made. So it's too early to doomsay about it. But I kind of, my personal bias is that there are a lot of wrinkles in the extant games that I would like ironed out before they turn heaps of their attention towards promoting another property. I mean, it's not like Star Rail or ZZZ coming out has been bad for Genshin,
Yeah,
but there's probably a limit on that.
Quest accidentally popped while this frenzied thing was chewing on me.
Am I going to be able to get there before it dies?
I stopped hitting it.
Okay, because one good fully charged whack from you will probably kill it.
I was just out here getting ore, and this thing started chewing on me, so I bonked it in the head, and it started a quest.
But yeah, so that's basically it for my week, I guess.
I play Star Rail the least and have the least attachment to the Star Rail characters. So I don't have much to input on the concert that revolves around them. So there hadn't been much to comment on with that. But yeah, I know a lot of people like watching these concerts and stuff. I've never really been into concerts, not my thing, even well produced ones. I used to go to a bunch back in college when my friends would sometimes physically drag me out of the apartment we were meeting at to go to one. But
exactly what you do to Abo anytime you got the chance.
Well, that's to get him out of his house. Period. Although, boy's full time now and is being promoted if he finishes his training for general manager or whatever it is at where he's working. So he's moving on up.
He'll never ever have to wear the robot suit ever again.
No, he will not have to wear the robot suit ever again. But yeah, he's actually been doing really good at his new job.
It's not really his new job anymore, is it?
No, he's had it for a few years, but he's moved up to one of the manager positions now, so and he's gone full time with it. So he was telling me this week about how he's
being a middle manager sucks balls.
He's getting training in all the places that he hasn't been trained in yet because he has to be able to slot fill for anybody that doesn't show up.
So he might have to wear the robot suit again.
He might have to wear the robot suit again.
This doesn't seem like a win at all. He didn't seem to enjoy that very much last time.
No. So yeah,
I didn't really expect you to have a huge amount of input or anything, but I do like it, and it is a piece of media that was done well. And I think if you like the Hoyo Mix Team's music, and you enjoy spending time just listening to it and seeing it performed, well, I mean, I think it's a worthwhile way to spend an evening.
Yeah, it's not my thing. I know it's some people's thing, and that's fine. Concerts has just never been my thing, so I don't. In addition to it being my least played of the games, it's not something I just have a whole lot of input on. But cool. All right. I think that about covers all the Hoyo stuff. All the Hoyo games have been on farm mode pretty much for me this week. I don't have anything to
except for you staring into the Jane banner and hyperventilating
and thinking, making some really tough decisions. By tough decisions, I mean slapping my hand away from touching my wallet. Because I want Jane to last a while. I enjoy playing her, but ZZZ has not shown yet that we're in Power Creepville. So I don't feel like it's urgent, but the temptation is still there, and that just in case Hoyo does pull a Hoyo, this might let me extend her life. Item pouch is full.
Well, if you grab one random plant every time you go on a quest, that's going to happen.
Oh, I was just running around collecting ore. I might have grabbed honey and stuff just instinctively on reflex. So yeah. I don't know what I'll do with it yet. I have about 60 pulls in the bank because I have to recoup from Vivian, but I'm skipping the whole next banner cycle, the entirety of it. I'll have. Yeah.
I have a funny feeling their profits are not going to be very high for Hugo. I think only the Husbando contingent are going all in on that.
You have cultivated a fan base in ZZZ with the characters you have released so far, and most of them prefer
most of them. They are fond of large posteriors and they are unable to prevaricate.
Yes, unable to speak any falsehoods about them. And regardless of how tight Hugo's pants are, he can't compete with Zoo or Jane or Bernice or any of those. The list goes on. So there's that. And I don't know yet. I'll have to think about it. I may do some budgets for it and see what happens, and just live with whatever happens. But I got 60 pulls in currency about, plus whatever's in my my pull count tank from Vivian. The little things you can that you get 1 per pull of and can turn 5 into a pull or something, whatever that return rate is, or you can get Wingens, I guess. So not a whole lot on that front. Do you have anything else for your week besides Hoyo stuff and work? And what else we talked about?
No, that was it, because I didn't have any time to do anything else, really.
All right. So I guess we'll move along into my week. So, as I said before, Hoyo's in farm mode, which basically means it's stuff that I do while I'm waking up in the morning. About it. So it didn't need any time this week. I played a good bit of Mahjong Soul, actually, on days where I was stuck at the office for extended periods after work this week. And
you say play, it sounded to me more like you were being trolled.
Yeah. So I would boot up Mahjong Soul and just play Mahjong. Because I was stuck waiting on people and couldn't leave the office. Because I needed stuff that was there for what I was doing. So a whole lot of Mahjong got done. And just having fun with it. I pulled on it's very, very hard to get pull currency in Mahjong Soul. But the rates are super good for characters and stuff from the banners. You're basically paying to roll in the gacha. And at 150 pity, you can pick literally any character they've ever released. So after 150 pulls, you can pick any character. I pulled on the Fate banner that's up right now, the girl banner, because they allow you to opt out of Icky Boys, or I guess only go for Icky Boys if that's your groove. And got Sakura, Rin, Saber, all three of them. And I got a lot of Ricci and Declaration animations, and tablecloths and tile sets and stuff that are all themed around the Heaven's Feel movies. I have come to hate the Ricci animation for the Heaven's Feel movie. Because if you have it equipped when you win with Ricci, Angry Mango shows up, the full Black Grail Monster of the Grail version. It just explodes out of the tile. It covers the entire screen.
Is this going to be a blight that you're now going to have to face indefinitely?
For everybody that pulled on this banner for a while, yeah.
So you have to wait for other people to get sick of doing it.
Yeah, because it's based on what that person has equipped. And it blows up on the screen, and Mango just you can't see their hand until the post screen drop. And I like looking at my opponent's hands when they win to see what they were going for. And you can't see that very well with Mango doing a full screen explosion. Like the normal Ricci win I have, or the normal win call I have, is just some water torrent shoots out of the tile if you drop one that I need, and or I draw it, and then some fishes splash out, and that's it, real quick. You can look at the hand pretty easily. But I did get the Angry Mango one, so should I ever want to just decide I hate everybody on the planet and want to waste their time, I can equip that one, because it also takes forever.
So like Salvatore's throw.
Yeah. That's a lot of gems. I might lucky voucher those. Think I've used any potions. So yeah. But the important thing is I got the sheep. There is a sheep girl in this game. She's not Anila, unfortunately, but she is a sheep that is convinced that you, the player character, are the big bad wolf. And even after you max bond her, she's still convinced you're the big bad wolf, but you're a nice big bad wolf who gives her presents. And we'll start instructing you to go eat her, the people that are coming to get her, and being mean to her instead of eating her. So she's cute.
This all sounds like the plot to a bad porno.
Could be. The Mahjong Soul characters are not particularly deep because they're just avatars with animations. There's no story mode or anything. It's just Mahjong. So I got her bond up and got her bond avatar, which is her running around with the sheep and with a little basket over her head carrying stuff to presumably Grandma's house. And that unlocks all her voice lines as well during the match. So she'll talk during the match that other people can hear too. So my little sheep girl is yapping at them in Japanese that I don't understand, but it sounds cute, and she makes a whole lot of meh and meh noises at the end of her stuff as a verbal tick, which is really cute.
So that you know that she's a sheep.
Well, she's a human girl. She just has a sheep. Oh, I think Rathless saw me on the jump. He did. Oh well. Hey, Rathless, come over here. Get this out of the way now. Good boy.
I picked non-tempered so that you don't need to think, because you can't get hurt, really.
Oh yeah, I've just was in start a fight mode there for a second. Okay, so that's not the game y'all actually care about though, because that was just done whenever I couldn't do the other thing, and that was the rest of my free time. Basically, went into trying to make progress in Clair Obscur, which I scooped at full price. So I have not been particularly hankering for a JRPG or something. I've actually kind of started to grow out of love with the JRPG genre in general from a gameplay standpoint. Just because not a whole lot of games have done a very good job at keeping it innovative and fun. And it seems to be Clair Obscur's mission to change this. So, let's start with the back of the box premise. I'm going to avoid spoilers as much as possible for two reasons. One, Vol's interested in it, but number two, a big driving point of this is just the narrative storytelling in general they got going on here for a reason to buy the game, and anything outside of the prologue and like the first few hours after the game starts proper is going to hurt that. You definitely want to go into this game totally unspoiled. So I'm not going to discuss any of the story after like the first couple of hours after the prologue. So just your setup. I'll be talking about a few gameplay mechanics they introduce later, but they'll be totally out of story context to keep all that safe. This means I will effectively have to lie to you about some things that I say. That will make sense if you look back at them and see that I was misleading you on purpose. I'm not going to tell you what those are, so before you ask, does something happen? My answer is maybe to every question. Because I do not want to spoil anything with the characters, the setting, the main villain, or anything. It is all very important to your enjoyment of the game. The gameplay, however, is the interesting part, and what we need to talk about, but to get to that, we need some setup. So, we'll start with the back of the box premise, the prologue. We enter a world where, as far as the humans know, the only Earth that exists these days after a disastrous apocalyptic event that killed mostly everybody outside of the city, called Lumiere, called the Fracture, that made monsters appear everywhere and caused their city to become isolated from the rest of the world in a protective dome. Oh, you're fighting the Zuwu. I'm fighting the Rathalos.
It was the first thing that came up.
Oh, well. So, as far as they know, they're alone in the world. There's nobody left, and there's this giant monolith that's in the far distance, is absolutely massive, like bigger than Mount Everest, huge, and it's got a big old number painted on it. And every year, once a year, at the same time, this eldritch abomination called the Paintress, who roughly looks like a human lady, so that they call her that, will awaken next to the monolith and reduce the number on it by 1. And it started at 100. So the next year it went down to 99, the next year it went down to 98. And every time she does this, everyone who is over the age displayed on the monolith instantly dies. And they just kind of float away in a poof of flower petals and smoke and disintegrate.
They get Thanos finger snap.
Pretty much. Oh, my food ran out. That was not a good time for my food to run out. Good, save me. So that is your inciting conflict. And over the years, because, humanity is not a race that will go down without a fight, and we are particularly good at finding ways to kill things, decided the appropriate response, which is, okay, well, if people are going to die every single year, we're going to send out an expedition team starting from year 99. And they're going to go leave the city on a boat go outside the barrier and try and find a way to get to this monolith and find out if there's a way to kill this lady that's making us slowly die over time. And every year, everybody that is 1 year away from being insta-killed, plus any other younger people who are well-trained enough to go with them, get on the boat, leave, and go to the outer continent and make their way towards the monolith. And try to find a way to kill this Paintress. And this has happened 66 times, and they have not been successful yet, because you see her get up and change the number from 34 to 33. So everybody over the age of 34 is now dead. And this means everybody who is currently 32 years old gets up and joins the expedition, and anybody and a few younger characters, although there are not many because their reserves of people are starting to dwindle at this point. gets up and goes off on this expedition. And you follow Gustav, an engineer who has found a way to take some of the magical juice from the outside world that they call Lumina, that gives the monsters outside of the dome their power, and is the same power the Paintress uses. He has found a way to convert this into power for humans to use. And so we've got a leg up this time with his new invention. Now, it's not super powerful. It doesn't turn the tide by itself, but it does give us an edge we didn't have before. So this expedition thinks they got a real shot going out there. Probably come to your Zulu because I'm not being particularly effective with this Rathalos while I'm trying to talk and do it at the same time. I gotta manually find you because my circuit's trying to auto-run me to the Rathalos. Guess I can do that. If I can remember how to make the map, change levels, layers. There we go. It won't let me track it. Really? Really, video game. Fine. Are you up or down?
I don't know. How would I know the answer to a question like that?
I have no idea. Are you in Zuwu's house?
No. Okay. I'm just on some random area.
I think you're down. We'll find out in a minute. I'll try to navigate my way there. Anyway. So Gustav...
Zuwu's leaving.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll try and figure him out when he goes. So Gustav is part of the newest expedition because he's 32. He's going out, and they leave as soon as the Paintress awakens and makes the number go down. So he leaves. His adopted sister leaves because her parents got poofed, so she was an orphan, and Gustav's family adopted her. And she's 18. She's the youngest member going on this expedition, which Gustav protests because she's still relatively young. And you got the other members of note are... I won't spoil which other members by calling them by name, because if I leave their names omitted, the ones that are relevant, it'll help make what happens more impactful in the first act of the story. Let's see here. So we arrive on the continent. That goes off to a different map. Not go to it. Does not help that every time I open the map to try and figure out where the heck to go, my circuit has ideas and starts auto-running.
Oh, so it's okay for you to say that you've got an idea, but if your circuit wants to have an idea, you're not happy.
No, because my circuit, even though I've told it to stop, will keep moving me back towards the Rathalos, and I'll no longer know where my original position was. Oh, you found the Rathalos. So that's our story. We need to figure out who this Paintress is, why this Eldritch Abomination has just showed up and is causing all these issues, and we need to figure out a way to kill her and stop the countdown from happening. And so our premise is set. I don't think I want to tell you anything more about the story at all. I think that's enough of a hook to decide if that's interesting. Now, the game is very French, especially at the start. So for you Europeans that have a particular special bit of appreciation for the French, and by that I mean you all seem to want them all to die. This may be a bit of a shock there, but it's made by French people, so do what you know, I guess. And it gets very less French and more just Yoko Taro on acid. as the game goes on. The environments are very colorful and diverse. The Frenchness of it is, while very heavy, is pretty much isolated to the prologue. And there are random mimes on several of the dungeons you can find tucked away, hidden in the corner, that you really got to go exploring to find. And they will drop cosmetic items that are very French when you kill them. And the first few you run into are actually fairly tough mini bosses, but none of them have had different movesets yet. So I haven't had trouble with the mimes for a while, but when you first bump into them, having to learn to parry their stuff so you get the big bonus break damage, because the first thing they do is, mime an invisible wall being constructed, and in their stupid little French attire. And then you have to stun them to break the wall. And the only way you have to stun them, especially early, is parry counterattacks, which we'll get into in a minute. But later, breaks become easier, and the mimes kind of become trivial, and they just become how you get the baguette equipment. And by equipment, I mean cosmetic equipment that has no bearing on stats whatsoever, that you equip separately from your equipment. But it is called baguette for like the first 5 sets or 5 mimes. Yeah, very So that's where we're at with that on those. The environments quickly turn into well, your main enemy is basically a fat Pictomancer. So they get very creative with them. And the enemies get very surreal and acid trippy as it goes on. And you are fighting what we assume to be her creations, these little monsters that have taken over the world and caused issues. They're not the only things in the outside world. There are friendly things in the outside world. They're still surreal creatures. None of them are human, but your primary enemy are what they're called. They call them Nevrons. These evil-looking, just abstract WTF eldritch things that look like they were put together by a crazy Pictomancer tripping on acid. And that's basically what they were, from what I can tell. So there's no real way to describe the enemy types, because they're going to be radically different between every zone, as is usual with acid trip monsters. And they're going to be very stylized around the area. Like, there's one area that is, from the looks of screenshots, you would think the character is underwater, but the ground is solid and gravity is normal. It's just there's floating coral and fish everywhere, so all those enemies are very aquatic themed. And they play their theming up very heavily. There's another area that is just a giant coliseum draped in fine cloth with classical ballet music playing in a very loud and bombastic way throughout it. So all the enemies there are some variant of dancer, and fit that theme. So describing the enemies visually is very difficult, because it's going to be tied to the zone you're in, and the zones are incredibly eclectic. This helps the game in the game's favor a lot, I think, because it means every time you get to go to a new dungeon, your first thought is, "Oh, I wonder what this one looks like," because it's going to be so much different than what you've seen before. And it also means you're going to have to learn usually an entirely new skeleton type for an enemy. Very few have used matching skeletons, and the ones that do have totally different movesets. And this is relevant despite it being a turn-based RPG. We're getting to the gameplay in a minute. I'm still doing setup. But it really helps it out a lot. Now, the other thing you're going to notice is the sound team went hard in the sound effects and the music. While the tracks will be hit or miss with people, every single one of them is bombastic and over the top. Like, the only one that isn't going to get you is the very basic overworld theme, and even that one goes as hard as it can. They love vocals. There's in their tracks in this game, which is something I particularly appreciate. That you just don't get to. A lot of games just seem scared to do it when I don't really know why. It always seems like a winner to me to go for vocal tracks, but apparently not. Oh man, you were just riddled in wounds, my guy.
I'm good at making them. I'm not so good at setting them off. This guy moves around too much, so I can't ever hit a wound twice.
It's a goodly chunk of them. I'll keep going. I think that's all the ones on the front end. But yeah, I think if you enjoy that any kind of music that has vocals or is big and bombastic in its presentation and really makes itself be a good foot forward without being bad. None of the music is bad. I have not run into a track I disliked. There have been some I was neutral on, but there are a bunch that I really like. So the music in general is a big winner, but it is very, very present and is going to make sure you know about it every time you turn the corner and hear a new track. The sound effects are also all really good, and the English voice cast is stellar. It gets for the second male party member has a whole lot of speaking lines, even more than the protagonist at the point I'm at, and he's the same guy that does brain farting, the protagonist of Final Fantasy 16, Clive, in English. I highly recommend the English voice cast in general in this game. None of them are Californians from what I can tell, and they all do their job, like competent actors, and do a very, very good job. I suppose you could do the French dub if you really, really wanted the whole authenticness, but
I'll be fine.
But the English is good throughout. Nobody has given a just great performance yet, but they're all good plus. So better than definitely not mediocre. They're higher than that for English. They're even a little bit better than good, but they're not quite super great. Except for maybe our boy SKA, who you will understand if you ever play the game. He is. How do I describe this? There is no way to sugarcoat this. SKA is retarded, like actually retarded. Not kind of haha funny retarded. Not he's a little. No, he is brain damaged and retarded with a capital R proper noun. Like this dude has the retards. He is the downs. He is slow as a bag of bricks, and his actor absolutely kills it. I think that gets the point across. He's also a really, really big and looks like a tablecloth, and is your way to move quickly in the overworld is to have him carry you. So get ready for time for swim every time you jump in the water. And it's not going to get old at all, despite how monotonous that is, because, and I'm not kidding, every single line that is just a generic overworld line for any of the characters, and this includes retarded SDA, has multiple variations of that line recorded that will play at random.
I see. So there's like a whole bunch of different times for swim.
It's like, time for swim. Time for swim. Time for swim. Like, they do this for every type of line in the game that has a generic overworld line.
I thought you said they send their best and brightest to fight this sodding thing.
They didn't send SKA.
Oh.
Remember those things I said that are out in the overworld that are not Nevrons but exist? They're all a little retarded. SKA is super retarded. So I have gotten to the end of Act 1 and started Act 2. I think I'm about halfway through Act 2 because I've been going hard on the game when I've had the time to sit down and play it. But I have enjoyed everything about it so far. There are beat points in the presentation, particularly in the middle of Act 2, which is where I think I'm at. But generally, the story moves at a good clip. It makes the smart decision for its character writing to keep the cast small. There are 6 playable characters, plus SKA, who is your mount, and also retarded. So the cast being this small, and the principal cast that you'll be adventuring with on the continent, he makes it so it's much easier to develop relationships with all the characters. by avoiding the giant party problem that Trails falls into, for instance, a lot. It's my biggest complaint with the latest Trails games. Why I was so happy when Daybreak reset us back to a smaller cast size. Where you just bring too many characters and you start juggling too much stuff to have screen time for. But by keeping us at 6, we can make very good and full characters of all of them. And so far, only one of them really stands out as not having development. I think I still got a whole half the game to go.
But how will Reen collect all the head pats if you reduce the number of characters?
Yeah.
He will not be able to add very much to his collection.
I was also very thankful that they give you all... You're stuck with just Gustav as your only male character until the last 2 characters you get of the 6. So they give you all the lady characters up front. So thankfully we did not have to play with a team of Vicky boys for like any point of the game. So yeah, that's that. And from Act 2 onwards, after you've got established as a proper expedition team, and you're now able to make camp and travel the world and stuff. I almost made a wound on his back, but I turned red, so I just went to his head by default. Bonk. Hang on. Okay, we're good. If he does fast enough. Oh no, that was not an attack. So yeah, that's once you got properly established and unlocked the full camp, and have access to all party members, you can start getting little short, not like bonding events in the way that so many JRPGs have twisted party interactions to mean, you try to romance everybody or become best buds with the male party members. No, you just get little scenes with them. Although, where 2 characters will have a bit together, and their relationship will get deeper, and they may develop combat synergies from it, but they won't be particularly huge. And but mostly you'll get to just see more into the characters and understand more where they're coming from and what they're doing and what they did before they went on the expedition, and just builds them up as characters. And they're very nice little scenes. They're not very long, and I think the UI is hinting there's 7 per character. And also, when you get back to camp, you can just do a generic check-in with the others once every few camp cycles, or once every few major story beats. This option will pop up, and it shows you in camp a nice little scene between more than 2 of the characters where they just, have a good old time. Like, one of the characters finds out that he can spawn musical instruments with their chroma converter instead of just weapons and combat related stuff. So he makes a piano, and so they have a little. He shows off his piano skills that he learned back in Lumiere before deciding to join the expedition, and they just have him play and show the youngest party member, how fun music can be. And SKA dances like a retard in the background because that's what SKA does. And they're just these cute little scenes like that happen in the camp. So they are able to, because the way they've set this camp system up, and because they're short enough that they don't really interrupt the flow of gameplay. If you just want to watch the batch that's unlocked now, it'll take maybe 10 minutes. It's very easy to see all of them. And I have not encountered a scenario where it feels like I missed one. I think I've got all the ones going through just by talking to everybody once in the camp. And like I said, the cast isn't very big. So just talk to everybody and see if they give you an event. And if they do give you one, talk to them again. I think I've run into one double up where they had 2 events back to back. And I'm going to... This is not a spoiler, but I need to describe it to talk about a mindset that was different with this team. It is character related. For one character, for the 5th character, the 2nd male character you get. Um, the third character you get, who's an older girl. Um, you oh, I'm getting flopped on. There is a scene between these two that is just, both of them are they haven't had to set up a relationship at all with any other member of the opposite sex, and so they're having kind of a flirty moment that goes all the way. However, unlike a lot of Western studios that would play this up for the eroticism and tantalization element that you get from seeing bareback or whatever in these scenes, maybe some side boob, they just skip it. They're just like, yeah, these two characters went off alone and had a good night together, and it's very obvious what happened, but it's not the focus. The focus of this scene is their growing relationship, not the fact that there is the sexy time going on. Which, if this was a larger studio, definitely would have got a phone call from somebody higher up that said, okay, now how much side boob is in that scene? And while I'm not inherently opposed to that kind of stuff on a principle level, in practice, it has always, from Western developers, come at the cost of pacing or tone in a scene, or just is very unnatural. So the skill required to execute it well is just simply not there. And I'm glad they have realized that if they want to have a scene like this, you can just imply it if all you're going for is the feel. You don't have to explicitly show anything. And this game is very dark and mature in theming. Like, they could have got away with it. Like, the idea that once you turn a certain age, you just die, and everyone you know has watched their parents die, and everybody on this expedition is going to die in less than a year, unless they succeed on their mission. That's a very dark story, and its intro is very dour, hammering that home. It takes until we get on the continent for comic relief to start happening, and when it does, oh boy, it has a brand of humor, and it's not what you would think, and I'm quite glad it wasn't. It leans into just the stupid scenarios that come up, and how people that are trying to take a serious mission seriously, but have no older guidance in their life, would just make things dumber. And they are quite good at their comic relief pacing later, but the scene and setting we've set up is quite dire and dour out the gate. It takes a bit to get to a point where the comic relief starts flowing on the reg, and to lighten it up. Usually when it gets just too dark or is about to get too dark, they'll make sure to cram some comic relief in there to not just drown you in the dourness of everything. You're going back down, but the X says he's coming up here.
Yeah, I'm letting my sacred do the piloting, so you get what you get,
Yeah. So they could have gone this way with it, but they didn't. And I'm glad they didn't, because it shows an awareness of this is usually very awkward, and it would not have fit in these little character vignettes the way it happens. But because they didn't go out of their way to make it, the thing that Western developers will do, it worked out just fine. And I was totally okay with the scene. Now, you may call that prudish or whatever, but I just don't. And if you have an example of a Western developer actually doing this in a way that doesn't sound dumb, go ahead and tell me. But here to tell you, I can't think of one. So yeah, and that's where we're at with the character writing. I'll stop there because we're approaching spoiler territory if I go any deeper on anything, and we'll move. The only thing I'll reveal about anything character related from now on will be gameplay related and how this is important to the mechanics of the game. So, as I mentioned, we have 6 playable characters. We're going to talk about the gameplay. So, we are very traditional on an exploration level and world moving level JRPG. Like, think of your Final Fantasies or Legend of Legaia, in any of those classic SNES PS1 era JRPGs. You go in a dungeon or a map or a city or a town or whatever, and it loads up a new map, and that place will have its own layout, usually roughly proportional in size to whatever's on the overworld map, and there will be occasional encounters throughout the world map. The only part of the JRPG elements from that era we're missing is the encounters are not random. There are enemies in the world, but it's kind of a muchness. You should fight everything you see. Every single enemy has a chance to drop upgrades. So and that can be the form of a weapon, a new weapon for the character, and the drops are set as well. So that particular pack may have a new weapon for a character you don't have, or a higher level version of one that you already have and maybe didn't level up, so it'll auto level your old weapon of that same type. Or it may have a new chroma for you to equip, which is your proper equipment, or the chroma. And the chroma particularly are inspired by Trails title series. Put a pin in that. Not Trails, sorry, the Tales of series title system. But put a pin in that for now. We'll come back to it so we don't get too off track. And the way you fight enemies is you can run into them, and your speed stat will just determine the turn order, or you can do an overworld attack as a standard these days for RPGs that put enemies on the map. And the attack is the same for all characters, so who you use on the field is mostly cosmetic. When you do your attack, if you hit the enemy, you go into the turn-based battle with a turn advantage, so all your characters get to act first. Or if it's a mini-boss, you get a significant speed, a boost of artificial speed, but you're not guaranteed to go before them. They can have, if they have a scripted attack they must do first, they will interrupt you. Just so you don't totally cheese out the mechanic. And the whole purpose of that thing being there. So that is your overworld exploration from that standpoint. It then goes, while in dungeons, there will be, their layout will be fairly typical of your classic JRPG, multiple branching paths and forks, sometimes looping around and winding back onto each other. Sometimes you can unlock shortcuts between an optional path and the main path. And, there'll be checkpoints throughout it where you can heal up, rest, but it'll respawn all the enemies. We'll get to that in a minute. And you're generally encouraged to go off the beaten path because most of the way they have structured the rewards that I'll talk about in a minute, particularly the chroma and the Pictos system. I called it chroma before. Their Pictos is the equipment. The Pictos system with the title style leveling and passive bonuses. Even ones that you're never going to use are worth it to go pick up and master. And so those rewards give you incentive. All the weapon upgrades are potentially good because instead of I'm put all the stat scaling and gear stuff later. But basically everything you pick up can be useful. No reward feels like a true booby prize. You'll find a use for whatever you pick up somewhere, even if you don't come up with it in your playthrough. You can at least see how it could be useful if you decided to go a particular route. If you get a piece of equipment that's just totally off your builds or whatever you're going for, or would work with a character you just don't want to use, like you can at least see where it has purpose. So it's generally worth it to do thorough explorations of the dungeons. Movement inside of dungeons is different than the overworld in that this is where the majority of your movement will be done, obviously. It's the same in towns. You are given your standard move layout for exploring. You still have the attack that you had from the overworld to attack enemies. And the combat encounter is still initialized the same, but you have a jump button to do mini platforming, or just to, if you see a cliff that is oddly flat and horizontal, you can probably jump up and grab onto it. They're pretty good about making those type of cliff faces stand out without the yellow paint. There will be grapple hook points that have been laid by a previous expedition. And they do this really well. For all the weird gameplay contrivances, they write full lore background for how this was set up by previous expeditions that came before you to help you on your path forward and help the generations that would come after, like to make it easier. So they integrate it into the world. There'll be grapple points and like handhold points that are around that you can use to, if you keep an eye out for them, you can spot them and go on alternate paths. and stuff like that. It's generally very typical, but very well done and well integrated dungeon crawling. And because we're not limited to literally dungeons, obviously these things can be outdoors or just totally WTF locations because we're in a world that seems to have been reconstructed by a crazy Pictomancer. It just feels very fun to run around the worlds, and generally I have a lot of fun just seeing what the next level looks like or seeing what deeper in the level looks like, because you just never know what's there. And on this side path, you may find something really wacky, and there are a lot of things around the world while you're exploring, that you'll bump into, and try and fight it, and it's going to kick your butt. These things in particular are called chroma bosses, mini bosses. We'll talk about why they're so difficult in a minute. But what these things are is mini bosses. They just stuck inside dungeons, and you can fight them if you want. They're beatable because of a particular combat system I'll get into. But you're gonna die several times on the way to doing that if you're doing them, without coming back later and radically overleveling them. They are meant to be a challenge for people that are able to get it figured out, who have got the game figured out, and are used to parry and dodge style combat. And but they are 100% optional. They do give you powerful items if you can manage to beat them. But as far as progression goes, you can skip them. And these chroma bosses are often more difficult, or they have a particular gimmick that is so tight that they will be harder than the final boss of any given dungeon they appear in by a rather large margin. So finding these is always fun, and poking at them to see if you can beat them, and remembering where they are on the map. Because another thing this game is allergic to is maps. It does not like maps, and this was apparently a active decision from the development studio, and that they felt maps would just gamify it too much, and they really want this to be more focused on the experience of going through the world, and you to play it like you would.
Is there a reason why nobody can draw a map?
Because no other expedition teams made it back. So there's nobody to map it because they're all dead.
So you can draw a map while you're there?
You will slowly uncover an overworld map that is very sparse in detail that they sketch out, but not for individual dungeons. They're not artistic cartographers, so they're not mapping every dungeon they go into, only the overworld. But yeah, none of the other expeditions made it back alive, which is why we are on the 33rd one. Because if they did, the Paintress would be dead. So there is nobody who has been around to return with a map. Because nobody goes out there unless it's their time to go on an expedition, and they know they're probably going to die. So that is why there's no map. This makes navigation, I find, more fun, because the dungeon layouts are not so complicated that you can't map them in your head. There are a few labyrinths or maze-like areas, and especially in the smaller dungeons. But when they do go labyrinthine, they're usually very small. So you're not stuck for eons trying to find your way around. Oh, of course. Bonk. And super bonk. So that is why we don't have a map. And yeah, it is finally time to talk about the thing everybody's interested in now that all the set dressing's been done. And we're going to start talking about the combat. So when you engage in combat, turn order is if you do not get a preemptive attack, so if it's a mini boss with a mechanic, or you just accidentally walk into an enemy, speed determines turn order. And that's just the way it's going to go. If you do get a preemptive attack, speed still determines turn order, but your team members all get to move first. So planning out who goes first in what order is very important, especially in the mid game once you unlock synergies and abilities, and because there's a whole lot. This game loves having characters that can apply a variety of set debuffs that other characters or themselves can consume. But like one of the earliest pictos you'll get to that you can equip to a character increases your crit chance on any target that's burning by 30%. And the second character you get after Gustav, she can light things on fire as her basic fire skill. So assuming you keep that skill equipped, you always have a go-to high crit rate on that character. And these effects expand and apply outwards. So figuring out your turn order is important. Next is let's see. Let me get out of this menu screen. That's acting funny with my controller. Go. Next is we'll skip the character gimmicks for now and focus on the enemies. Your characters in the early game cannot do very much damage. Now, I'm playing this game on the hardest setting, and there's two reasons for this. I found out very early it's easy to crack the damage. And that's rough if you start figuring out just how many exploitable systems there are. Your offense will get too crazy, too fast, too early, and you will be no selling bosses. And you'll just be blowing them up. So I actually recommend everybody play this game on expert difficulty, because your offense is just too powerful otherwise. If you care anything about the boss mechanics or the gameplay of the game. If you don't care and you just want to see the story, yeah, go on normal or easy mode and just build your character's full-bore offense. You'll probably be fine. You won't even have to think. But the core of the gameplay for this game is focused entirely around your character's dodging and parrying enemy attacks. And jumping over them, and countering while in the air while jumping over them. And doing special super counters that are only applicable to a boss's big finisher move when it gets to its last hit. So, how does this work? Well, your characters, when the enemy's turn finally comes around, it will tell you in a text box, with a unique text box, to key you in on what the attack sequence that's coming is. Now, the first time it does it, you don't have a clue what this is. If you can read it on some of the easier to read attacks, cool. Most of the time, you're going to get clobbered by it the first time. You need to just accept that you're going to die in this game fighting bosses. That's just a fact of life. If the boss gets a turn and it has any AoE attacks, you will need to do this boss multiple times. Period, end. None of them are too long. I haven't encountered any boss fight that's gone on for a marathon or anything. We're talking like, 2 to 3 minute fights if you do everything right. But you cannot go into this thing with mindset that's going to be, I'm frustrated because I died. If you do that, this game is just going to make you mad. If that is your way of outlooking at games, you're going to hate it. Now, the game has a generous save system, thankfully. It's not an intuitive save system, and bugs me because they don't just allow manual saving. Well, they sort of do, but it's a really dumb way of doing it, and I wonder if this was just some kind of weird limitation due to some design decision made late. But the game only autosaves on save files. So it probably does this in an attempt to make your decisions stick, but there aren't too many decisions they don't already give you outs for, like respecking your characters and redoing their attribute points when you level them up is relatively inexpensive. You can't spam it, but you're going to have plenty of resources to do it multiple times by the min-game for every single character in your party. So it's not that restrictive. I don't really know why they didn't just allow manual saving, but if you want to manual save, there's a very easy way to trigger the autosave system anywhere on the map. You press the start button, you go into the weapon menu, and you swap a character's weapon for another weapon, and then you swap it back, and then you close the menu. This will autosave every single time. Don't know why it's like that. It is a rather big question mark that docks about 2 points off of the game, but it's just a fact of things. But because there technically is a way to bookmark yourself at any point in the world to save, dying to bosses means no run back. So just get to the boss, unequip a weapon, re-equip it, you're saved. Now just go punch the boss. They even give you a load previous autosave button inside, even in combat. Like, you do not have to leave combat to restart. You press the touchpad, and it'll open the pause menu for combat, and it'll show you the last 3 autosaves made. Now you can only load from the last 3, and usually they're all back to back. But if combat's not going great and it's your turn, just pause it and restart. So fast restarts are definitely on the table here. Remind me to barbecue something after this. Oh, I got knocked off. Oh, I got paralyzed. But yeah. So, what's the difference between all these various things that I told you can do to avoid damage on a monster? Well, when you see the name of the attack, like so-and-so does a short combo, so-and-so does a ruthless combo, so-and-so does a long combo, so-and-so uses a spell, so-and-so uses a blank type spell, so-and-so is gearing up for a powerful attack. All of these will have, these text cues will tie to a specific animation, so if you don't want to watch their animations purely by themselves, the text clues are a cheat sheet. Because you'll be fighting so many bosses, you'll want to use them. And it's just easier on the brain using the text as a cheat sheet for them instead of trying to manually remove them when it's a bit of a large cast of enemies you'll be fighting. All right, I need to go barbecue some. Hang on, I'm gonna duck in this cave and cook some bud. So that's the way it goes. So first is dodging. Dodging is the easy way to avoid damage. If you have the rough timing right for a dodge, we're talking like, within 12 frames of when the attack actually connects. Is you press that dodge button, you will dodge the attack. If you dodge within 6 frames, or about half that, you'll get 1 AP back once. AP is your skill point system, but it's per character, not for your whole team. But otherwise, it operates very similarly to skill points in HSR. And this determines the amount and the type of actions you can take, because you can hold up to 9 per character, and different skills will take different amounts of them. So the bigger the skill, the more AP it takes. But perfect dodging will get you 1 once. The other most common method, and where you're going to be spending most of the game figuring out, is parrying. Parrying is much harder than dodging. The framing is very tight. I don't know the exact frames, but it's tighter than perfect dodging by at least a little bit. But if you can parry every single attack an enemy does, if it was an AoE attack, that's final attack hits all of your members, all of them will do a counterattack. And if it's a single target move, that character will do an individual counterattack. In addition to every single parry giving you +1 AP. So giving you 1 skill point back for that character. For every parry. And this means your majority of your game playing on bosses is going to be sitting there and learning the attack timings. If you have not played a game like Sekiro before, trying to parry every single attack is probably going to be a bit of an uphill battle. It is a very tight timing window on some attacks, and some attacks seem to have more generous parry windows. Ones that you must parry in order to do the mechanic correctly, for instance, because there are ones like that, seem to have about twice the generosity on parry windows. It's very difficult to tell out the gate which ones are going to have good parry windows. But so far, every attack that's dodgeable is also parryable. I have not encountered a single one that is not parryable. And so you're incentivized to, if you really want to do the boss fight right, learn its entire moveset. It's going to sit you down, and you're going to die a lot. Very quickly, back to back, so it doesn't feel that bad. But you need to sit down and learn the boss's moveset. And some of these movesets can get long and very complicated once we hit the mid-game. I mean, we're talking 8 or 9 hits. And you have to parry all 8 or 9 hits to get the counterattack. And if you don't parry at all, you're going to run into skill point debt. And skill point debt means you're not doing any damage. Because So you at least have to parry some of the hits occasionally. And you are not building up the break bar very quickly without counterattacks, because they do the most break damage. The way they handle break in this game, it's become very common in all RPGs and turn-based RPGs to include some kind of break mechanic. Even Trails adopted it back in the second half of Cold Steel. And what the break bar in this game does, you fill up the break bar by doing attacks that have high break damage. Initially, this is basically only counters. And once the break bar is full, they don't auto-break. The bar will stay full. You have to use a skill on them that says can break in its description with a little break icon. And they usually are fairly expensive. Like the smallest one in cost for skill points is 4 that I've seen out of a maximum of 9 a character can hold. And it has the stipulation that you have to fully fill up her other unique character meter to be that cheap. Usually they're closer to like 5, 6, or 7. Although the fourth character does have a really cheap one for 2, but it does basically no damage. And all the break gets you is until that monster's next turn, it takes 20% more damage, but it will lose a turn. And losing a turn's a big deal, because it lets you actually heal. So this moves us on to our character mechanics. Character mechanics are... Every single character is radically different, and they continue to increase in complexity as you get more characters. So we start off with Gustav. Gustav's character mechanic is the simplest. It expands a little bit later, but we'll just cover the simple version for now, because I'll be here all day describing the characters otherwise. Gustav's mechanic is he's an engineer, and he lost an arm in an engineering accident, so he has a robot arm. Whenever he does damage to an enemy with a melee attack, he'll build 1 charge per hit. So multi-hit moves that he has cost a lot, but they'll build him a lot of charge, and he has a whole bunch of intricate bonuses and interactions with his stuff that can let you get more charges from critical hits and stuff. And when it hits 10 charges, his arm will overcharge, and you can use his overcharge attack, and that costs 4 AP, I think. It's one of your earliest, easiest sources of break, where if it's overcharged at 10 stacks, it will give you a break, and it will do a crap load of damage. If you shoot it while it's undercharged, it'll do amount of damage proportional to how many stacks it has, but may or may not break, even if the target's break bar is full. So you really want to have a way to juice that arm up pretty good if you're going to keep him on the team. The next character is your elemental mage/healer, where every spell she casts is of an element, and it will give you 1 or more dots in a wheel that holds 4 dots, and the dots on the wheel will turn colors based on what spell you cast. So if you cast Wildfire, it gives you 1 fire dot in the wheel, and it also gives you 1 white dot in the wheel, which is a universal dot that can be used for anything. And then the next time her turn comes around, you cast a spell. Any spells that have a bonus effect will consume dots in the wheel if the dots are applicable to the bonus effect. So the Wildfire one is if you have 2 ice dots in the wheel from casting ice spells, and then you cast Wildfire, Wildfire gets enhanced. But those 2 ice dots are then eaten as cost. And so keeping her wheel filled up so you have dots in reserve, and properly setting up her skill list can get really autistic if you want to get into it, or you can just spam Wildfire all day. Like, you can go both ways with it. One of these has much better payoff, though, so if you want to use her, you're incentivized to learn it. The third character is the most fun for generic play, and for least thought play that I found, where her gimmick is she is a fencer, and she has 3 stances, and when it's her turn, you'll see what stance she's currently in. And she starts off stanceless when combat starts, unless you have a weapon equipped to her that starts her in a particular stance. She has offense stance, where she takes double damage, but deals double damage. She has defense stance, where she gets 2 AP per parry, and 1 AP per dodge, regardless of if it's perfect or not, and for every attack. And she takes half damage. every single skill she does will put her in a different stance. And some of them, usually with ridiculous conditions, like you have to be in defensive stance at the start of this. If the enemy is burning and then you hit this skill on them, you'll go into Virtuoso stance, her third stance, which is just no drawbacks, 200% damage on your next attack. And a bunch of her skills have different bonuses and effects depending on what stance you're in, and you can get really autistic with this one too. This will be a running thing. You can get really, really autistic with these characters in setting up your loadout. You can just go with generic stuff. It will work. You just will have to learn the boss attack patterns to perfection, because if you get hit once without a good setup, you're going to be there for a lot longer. The third character has a marking system that you put marks on the target that accumulate and can stack that are unique to her, and she can consume them for various effects. Usually increase damage, but also like she has one where do an attack, hit the enemy, consume all marks, and heal the party for 30 plus 3% per mark consumed. It's a fairly straightforward mechanic, but she also has any attack that consumes marks gives her a moon charge, and any one that gives it gives her a sun charge. And your objective is to keep them balanced, because when you have at least one of each and they are balanced, she does 200% more damage every turn. So there's a whole lot of, as usual, autistic design that goes into picking the skills you want with her. And she's pretty fun to play too. The third character is Devil May Cry. Or, sorry, hang on, lost count. The fifth character is Devil May Cry. And that every attack he does will raise his perfection rating, which is just a big old style rating system on the side of your screen. And every attack he gets hit, every time he parries an attack, he gets rating. Every time he perfect dodges an attack, he gets rating. And anytime he takes damage, he loses rating. And it takes X amount of damage or X amount of parries and dodges to build it up through the letter ranks from E to S. And the higher you are, the more damage you do. And every single one of his attacks that you can slot onto him, each character can hold 6 attacks in combat. You can bring 6 skills from their skill tree that you've unlocked with you at any given time. All skills unlocked are active skills. There are no passives. Passives are for the equipment. They each one give a bonus at one particular rank. So he may need to be B ranked to get a refund on some of the AP used for one particular skill, for example. So you can get really autistic with that. And the 6th character is a blue mage. That's it. Well, it's not quite it. Every blue mage skill is assigned a color, and every blue mage skill will move a little wheel he has that looks like a roulette wheel of all the colors the mask can potentially be a certain number of spaces. And any time the roulette wheel is on a tile or on a little section of it that aligns with one of the abilities he has equipped in color, like if it lands on the purple section and he has enough AP to cast a purple skill, that purple skill will get an enhancement of some kind. If it lands on a blue one, it'll enhance the blue ones, and he has one at the very tippy top that's hard to hit that enhances everything no matter what. Also, he's a blue mage that collects feet.
Okay.
Party member number 5 just straight up says, I don't know why it works that way. I don't want to know why it works that way, but it just does.
Well, it's better than having to fight Inky Dude 24 times.
Notably, this seems to be a lore reason why it takes feet, and that one of the bosses that would be broken if he could get stuff from doesn't have feet. So there's no foot to collect. There's a bonding event with him where he's literally just sitting in the corner polishing feet. Feet. Monster feet. While
people, man.
Yeah, while not as dumb as the residents of the world outside, the 6 party member's a little special. And is the best source of straight-face comic relief in the game. I love the 6 party member. And that's all the party members, I think, because I got the Chivo for collect all party members when I got those 6. So each of them has a very deep and complex system of gimmicks to learn and get as autistic as you want with. You can play any of them very simply, and just treat it like a traditional turn-based RPG if you want. The cost for the less you choose to invest in figuring out your characters, the more you're going to have to really lock in and learn boss movesets. If you try to go for the optional chroma bosses, well, you're already locked in already, but you're going to have to learn the movesets anyway, because their health bars are just super huge. The only thing about the gameplay I wish is there was another difficulty option higher than this for people that wanted it, because this feels like is appropriate for people that want to get the full game experience that the game's going for on Expert. The first few hours are going to be a little rough. Not Sky Second Chapter rough, but they're going to be a little rough. Just because you don't have a very big toolbox of stuff. So every trash fight is going to be pretty intense. But once you pass the first few hours and you get some skills unlocked and start figuring out some synergies that you can unlock with the skill tree, it starts to really snap and click for you. And the fights will start rolling faster and faster and faster until you can basically one-shot all the trash. One thing I appreciate in the early game, because it's like this, it seems they're aware of this, that you're going to be stuck on any individual trash fight for a while, because there's like no more than 3 or 4 fights between checkpoints for like the first 3 or 4 dungeons. They just don't put very many of them in. They want each fight to be, okay, you're going to be running into these things and you're going to be mostly memorizing their moveset. But after you've got their moveset down, there's really nothing else for this trash to do other than just be a loot pinata. So there ain't going to be very much of it. You won't have to chew your way between it, because you clearly want to get to the big story set piece bits. So between checkpoints, only about 3 or 4 trash packs, which is good as well, and keeps the pace rolling, because the only limiting factor in your ability to keep exploring is your health. AP is fixed at the start of combat that each character can generate, unless you've unlocked passives through the equipment system that I'll get to in a second. That gives you more to start with, which I recommend, but they are very expensive to equip. So you aren't limited in your exploration. And if you aren't taking damage, you can explore for as long as you want. There is no mana bar. There's just the skill point system, and that's fixed with how much each character is assigned at the start of battle.
Morgana's not going to tell you to go to bed.
Yeah, no. You tell yourself when to go to bed if you go to camp, but you can't even camp till after the second dungeon. The camp's functions don't really unlock up to and including upgrading your weapon until just about the start of Act 2, a couple dungeons before it, and it doesn't fully unlock until the start of Act 2, and you've got all the characters. So that's a nice thing for it. The equipment system. The Pictos I mentioned before will come in. Each character can hold 3 of any of them. Doesn't matter what level they are or anything. You can just slap whatever Pictos you've got and want on them. They will come with 2 passive stats that are everything except for raw damage. So it can be health, defense, crit rate, but not raw damage. Speed is usually important, so the best you could get for a heavily offensive character would be speed and crit rate. There is no crit damage stat. And they will also each come with a unique passive. These passives can get really wild and out there. I mentioned the one before that gives you a 30% crit chance on any target that's currently on fire. There's one that when this character uses a healing potion, that healing potion also cleanses 1 debuff. There's one that there's a few that give you just more AP at the start of battle. One that makes you both the first hit you take and the first hit you deal will deal double damage, which is really great for farming trash to get some money, or if you're just trying to get some weapon upgrade materials. Makes it real fast. Not so good on bosses because that character is going to drop dead immediately. And there's one that just kills you on the first turn. And you may think that sounds totally useless, but there's a whole bunch of other ones with a passive effect that do all these things, like do a ton of damage to the enemy when you die. When this character's revived, get a ton of buffs. Or buff all your allies when you die. So
Torp build.
Yeah, you can make the self-destruct build, and I imagine equipping that on 2 characters and then walking into battle and just having them explode because you revive at 1 HP over and over again is probably a viable mid-game farming strategy. So that's a mechanic. And so the quirk with all these is, if they are equipped to a character that is in the active party, this means the 3 characters that are on the field engaged in combat, it will get 1 out of 4 little lights lit up on it. And once all 4 lights are lit up, it is unlocked as a Lumina for any character to equip. And they do not have to have the Pictos equipped. And each Lumina is assigned a point value based on the strength of the effect. So like, start with more AP at the start of battle costs a lot. But something like 1 more dodge per round, you will be allowed to gain 1 more AP, only costs like 1 point. Whereas the AP one costs like 20. And you can mix and match these amongst the characters as you want. And these points you get to allocate these unlocked passive skills to your entire party, and you can do it for them all. Everybody can have the same skill equipped if you want. Once you unlock it for all characters. You can mix and match whatever the heck you want, and every time you level up, you get 1 more capacity, so 1 more point, and you will just find capacity points laying around out in the world that you can just assign to whoever you want once you fully unlock the camp. So you can increase their max passives they can hold by increasing the amount of points they have. So in that sense, this is very, very reminiscent of the titles system from the Tales of games, especially like Graces and Berseria, where unlocking the titles would give you permanent benefits, but you could equip ones to get yourself better benefits. It's actually more inspired by the badge system in Paper Mario, but you don't have a frame of reference for that. That is very much what we're looking at here. And so anytime you find a new Picto that has a cool passive effect you want to unlock the Lumina for, just slap it on and do 4 battles. There's no EXP bar. There's just fight 4 things. They can be trash in the first dungeon. The game doesn't care. It just wants you to actually have to equip the dumb thing. And any ones that your characters have equipped, they obviously get that passive for free without having to spend Lumina points on it. So the really expensive ones you can slap on some characters after you're done unlocking on the batch you have. And there are a gazillion of these things. If you try to keep them all perpetually unlocked, you're going to have new passives equipped characters every single fight. So depends on how autistic you want to get with it. Like a whole lot of stuff in this game, you have options. You can be super duper crazy with it, or you cannot. It also means that it doesn't feel too bad missing one in a dungeon if you missed something exploring, because you probably found 50 more that all have crazy effects. And yeah, maybe the one you missed was the one that has the crazy awesome effect that you were looking for. But more than likely, one of the 50 other ones you got in the dungeon has an effect that's just going to work just fine. And they're all wacky and over the top, with very few being just straight passive upgrades. So there's a whole lot of decision making there that is very engaging. And I've been enjoying my time with the game. The only thing gameplay wise, there's 2 notes about it. Well, 3 notes. They don't dock very many points yet. One of them could in the future as I get towards the end of the game, but for now it's not too bad. Number 1, the game runs in Unreal Engine 5. This means depth of field gets exaggerated when it's applied at all, and they really wanted to use this effect, but it gets so exaggerated it causes a problem in cutscenes where you just can't see any of this really beautiful background they put together. And so that's a problem. It fudges with the hair a lot to make it kind of a muddy mess, even though there's fully textured and detailed hair there. And it does a whole lot of other garbage with bloom that makes it seem like you're getting flashbanged anytime you get out of the start menu. And these are just UI problems that are inherent to the engine itself. And I would dock more points for this. I'm only going to take a point or 2 away. Because the fix for it is go download or copy-paste a text file and save it as an INI file, or just download the INI file. That just is a generic UE engine. Get rid of all this garbage. And it apparently spawns out of people that are just inexperienced with UE5. And this type of engine fix being dropped into the save data folder is something that just you do in these games. It doesn't disable achievements or anything. It just makes the game not have visual problems. And once you do, all of a sudden the depth of field is greatly reduced in cutscenes. You can actually see the backgrounds. You're not just mono-focused on the characters that are in frame. And the hair actually has detail. It doesn't look like a messy blob. And given just how many hairstyles the game lets you unlock, you'd think they would go out of their way to make sure whatever setting gets fixed to fix that gets fixed for everything, but they missed it. And you will, in general, notice a lot less stutteriness when a map first loads or when combat first starts. In particular, this annoyed me on one Chroma boss that I was fighting, and I could get him if I could get the fight started right. But the problem was the first parry would come right around the time a stutter would happen from the game loading. I put the INI file in there, and suddenly it's fixed. No more stutter at all. It is just a quirk of the engine trying to get the post-processing calibrated just right whenever something changes, like combat starting, because it's trying to make the loading fast and get you right into the action, but it's still background loading crap because it's trying to calibrate all this weird post-processing bloom depth of field crap. Just put the INI file in and all that goes away, and it loads just fine. Entering combat is buttery smooth. So it gets docked a couple points for that. The only reason it doesn't get docked more is because the fix is so easy. Like, just talk to anybody that's played the game and they can just give you the INI file, which is like 2 kilobytes. Just a text file, functionally. And just drop it where they tell you to drop it and set it to read only so that it doesn't get overwritten when you launch the game. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Next up for quirks with the game is the manual save thing I mentioned before. I do not know why there is not a manual save button. I don't like when games don't give me the option. But there is a way to do it, just not through the traditional way you would do it. So it only loses like 1 point out of 100 for not having a manual save feature. One thing I was not thinking about, but because the controls fit where I would want them anyway, it's not that big of a deal for me. But for other players that would prefer dodge and parry be on different buttons, other than R1 in circle, you're SOL. In the year of our Lord 2025, we cannot fully remap controls on PC, on controller. Yet another game that doesn't allow it. I do not know why games don't allow you to fully remap controllers. I know why Hideki Kamiya and Bayonetta won't let you remap controllers, because he's dumb and basically said, oh, our control schemes are good enough. You can't adapt to it. That's your problem.
He doesn't like other human beings. I'm not at all surprised by that.
Yeah.
He probably enjoys the idea that people have to do it his way or suffer.
Yeah. So that docks a couple points, even though I would keep the controls where they're at pretty much. So that's where that is. And the last one is, I do wish there was a higher difficulty level than what we currently have that just gives the enemies more health. Because some of the mini bosses, not so much the bosses, you're going to have to learn the bosses, but I still wish you would have to demonstrate repetition other than just doing it once perfectly. And I wish there was a mode that functionally doubled their health. Kept everything else the same as the current difficulty, the same damage output. Just gave them a bit more, made them a bit thicker. Gave them some girth. So that you could actually sit down and properly demonstrate mastery of them by saying that you played on that game mode. Because as it stands now, you just have to do it successfully once, pretty much. And as long as you've been keeping up with your characters and leveling them up right, and it's pretty hard to screw them up. The scaling on all weapons is kind of insane. In addition to the might stat, they will scale even better in damage with 2 other stats that are weapon dependent. And you can allocate 3 stat points every time you level up to your health, vitality, might, which is damage. No weapon scales with might because they all do. And then your agility, which is your speed. Your defense, which reduces damage taken, and your luck stat, which is your crit rate, and a little bit of speed. So, depending on if you find a weapon you like with a character and you heavily invest in the stats for that weapon on a character, by about level 30, you're going to be hitting the damage cap. Which was a problem initially. However, I've encountered an interesting issue where this problem could alleviate itself. And that I think what the game is going for is by the end game, it wants you to hit the damage cap. Because all of a sudden, the fact that moves are multi-hit, and this is highlighted bigly and seems to cost a huge point budget in their AP costs for casting them, makes a whole lot more sense when you realize how easy it is to hit the damage cap. So moves that do multi-hits suddenly look way more appealing. So I'm not sure where they're going with that yet. This problem could alleviate itself as we approach the end game, and it could just be a factor of the mid game gets a little easier for the main story stuff due to the nature of the way the scaling's set up. We will see. But as it stands now, I do wish there was an even higher difficulty option where the only thing it did was jack the boss's health more. So I really, really would like to sit down and learn these boss fights more thoroughly than just being able to perform them once. Being able to do it twice in a fight shows mastery. Being able to do it once could be a fluke, and has been a fluke where I just guessed the timing and got it right several times. And that does not feel as good as proper moveset mastery, where I know myself I learned it. So, minor personal gripe there. Maybe once is enough for most people, and they're good, because they're already going to be dying a ton to these bosses, and they were just scared of making the health higher. I can understand that argument and that position. But I wish they had just given us an option, and it would have been a very simple option just to give us one with girthier health bars.
Well, maybe there'll be a new game plus with main mode in it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping. I would like to go through this game again with beefier health bars. I do think that would be a lot of fun to properly learn some of these bosses that I only had learned the moveset once of. But overall, a good solid foundation for gameplay. I put about 25 of those hours on my Steam record are legit. I did have to leave the game open and run away from my screen a few times for a few hours. So there's like an artificial 10 hours there. But a good chunk of this week was put into this game. And I like where it's going. The storytelling is well put together, well paced. The characters are fun and interesting. The cast is small, so you get to know all of them very well. The game just keeps on clipping along between big story beats. The world is interesting. The dynamic and mystery of what the Paintress is. Why is she a giant eldritch abomination? And the raw amount of twists and reveals of this character is actually so-and-so's so-and-so, and this character is from this place, and whatever. That they really love their little twists like that lead to more dynamic character moments, will keep you on your toes the whole way through, and it's genuinely just fun drama. And they do love their big twists too, because we have a whole new fantasy world to explore with mechanics that even the protagonists don't understand. So every time something gets revealed, it's a big revelation to them, because they know very little about the outside world. So the game loves its twists, and I think they're implemented all very well so far. Not one of them has felt forced for the sake of a twist. They've all come very naturally. And the gameplay is a very good, solid foundation that's keeping me entertained still. And will definitely keep me probably entertained for another... I could go for another 30 or 40 hours of this. I just love having to sit down and learn boss movesets. It is something that... It's the reason I play Souls games and Souls-like games. And ones that are particularly rough with teeth that make me sit down and learn the bosses. It's one of my favorite things. And JRPGs, part of the reason I've fallen out of love with JRPGs is because the gameplay style of them, regardless of what system they use or what quirks they go with, the simple fact that it's a turn-based puzzle is a limiting design. There's very little you can do to interact with that once you find the system break. Here, I can find the system breaks all day long. Like I said, I'm hitting the damage cap in mid-game. And I'm able to blast trash. But I still have to lose to the boss several times. There is no getting around, you need to learn how to parry. You need to learn how to dodge. You are going to sit down and watch the boss's animations and figure out at what point in that animation you need to push the button for every single hit. This is the kind of thing that I really, really, really like. I don't think it's going to be very applicable, however, to other games, because the feeling of that it's trying to evoke with this is a feeling of mastery of the enemy moveset, and that requires by necessity that the window be tighter and tighter for the bigger reward that you want, which is why we have dodges, perfect dodges, and parries in ascending order of how difficult they are. And it works in this game because the game is built around this as the core of the combat. I don't think this will transfer well to something like Star Rail. Like, I don't think they have the ability to implement it like this because unless they radically change it and modify it in a way that deviates from the original design purpose of this. Because the purpose here is to force you to learn boss movesets and master them. And that is what the entire system is designed around. So it's going to be very hard to transplant that in a game that does not have that as a core design element and focus of the experience. But for this game, it's a lot of fun. And the experience is novel enough. I think even people that have not played any kind of game that forces you to sit down and learn boss movesets will enjoy it, and it's probably a good entry point for this type of thing. The telegraphed hits are all animation based. There's the only signal you have for attacks, and when their hit is when it's a jumping attack. There will be a yellow paint splotch on the weapon, or not really yellow, it's more like whitish gold, that signifies it's a sweeping attack. So you have to jump over it with the jump button, and if you time, and you will dodge the attack as long as you jump in the rough ballpark. Its timing is super forgiving. What is less forgiving is the counter attack button, because you have to manually counter attack after a jump attack. And this is unlocked much later, so they ease you into these type of defensive moves. And the very last one I've unlocked is the gradient counter, where when a boss does a black move that is emphasized by black paint splotches going in streak lines, like the enemies zoom in towards you or their attacks zoom in towards you, you have to gradient counter, which does a colossal amount of damage, but is completely and totally unsafe. And if any other animation is used to preempt it, like you thought it was going to be a regular parry hit, you're just going to be in animation recovery and get whacked. But the payoff when you land them is super big. You get a ton of damage and build a ton of meter. So that's where we're at with the gameplay there. I will report back with general impressions if I manage to finish it this week. I've heard the game is not super long. I've heard that some people can get it done in as short as 36 hours. I have faffed around a lot, but I don't know how behind the ball I am on that 36 hours. If I'm at about 25. So we will see.
Because the French take too many lunch breaks.
Yeah. That said, for a Western game and an RPG, I'll take anything over 20 hours. That's already a good score. And for the ambitiousness of the project they're going for, yeah, that's pretty good. They should be able to get this across in 35, 40 hours. And if I've been exploring and elongate that to like 50 or something, I think we'll be good. So that's your big review or preview, I guess, of what I played of Clair Obscur. I keep want to call it Clair Obscura, but that's not correct. I don't know why. So yeah. So you said you were interested in the game.
Yeah, contrary to popular belief, I don't actually have any problem with learning boss movesets. I just have a problem with learning Elden Ring's boss movesets, because Elden Ring bosses don't have movesets. They have attacks that magnetize to your character. They have tells that are fake and can just change into a different move other than the one that they actually signaled. Like, that's just silly bullshit that they've done to troll you. That's not actually creating a learnable boss.
There are fake out movesets on bosses in this game.
There's a difference between a fake out moveset and what Elden Ring does.
But
Elden Ring will actually send a tell for a different move and then change it partway based on your character's movement.
Oh, you mean, yeah. That's a function of the
Remember, I spent an excessive amount of time with Margit, so I've seen every silly combination that he can do.
Yeah,
and some of them are deliberately provoked by you. Like
Yeah.
whether if you're neutral, if you're moving towards him, if you're moving away from him, he will use the same tell each time, but the outcome will be different.
Yeah, so that is a function of the what something people have complained about in Elden Ring specifically is the
He also
tracking.
doesn't obey the laws of physics.
Yeah,
Like he'll jump up in the air, and if you move to the side, he will just somehow drift over to where you are and then land on you.
yeah. This is
What a wanker!
it's because Elden Ring in particular bosses have ludicrous tracking on a lot of their moves, and we do not know why this is, but it screws with the animations for a lot of bosses and makes it very hard for you to learn their moves the first few times going in. And I imagine it was rough for a lot of players who were who were doing Elden Ring as their first Souls game to see that level of tracking, because that is not a universal truth in the games. So the reason I
It
said
feels like cheating. That's the thing. It
yeah,
feels like the game is cheating to wind you up. It doesn't feel like you're actually engaged in a fair competition.
usually the tracking of that level in the other Souls games has been reserved for late game bosses or super bosses like the Nameless King. But it's just a feature of all bosses in Elden Ring. They all have at least one hyper tracking move.
Because like Margit's like the first boss, and he's bullshit, which is what put me off the game.
But yeah, so the reason I said that Clair Obscur is probably a good starting point if you want to get into that style of game. It is going to teach you the fundamental timing basics, but there are two elements you don't have to worry about. You do not have to worry about positioning, and you don't have to worry about baiting. The attack is either going to be random or on a set cycle no matter what. There is nothing you can do other than, break the boss and make them skip a turn to influence what attack the boss is going to do. So you don't have to keep that in your mind at all. You also don't have to worry about positioning because it's turn-based RPG. You don't move. So you don't have to play defensively through movement in addition to leaving yourself in a position to attack. You just, when it's the boss's turn, get ready to parry or dodge or whatever your thing you need to do for that particular moment is. I will say I described a lot of system mechanics to you just now, but they drip feed them to you over the entirety of the 25 hours I've been playing. So at no point does it feel overwhelming. You're going to get access to new tools constantly, but at a very spread out clip. So you will eventually get to the level of all the mechanics I mentioned, but at the beginning you just have Gustav, his basic mechanic, and parry and dodge. And that's it. So yeah. Simply because you don't have to think about the other aspects that go into an action game which are usually more suited to learning boss movesets. And you can just focus on learning the attacks themselves. I think it's a real good starting ground for getting your feet into this style of gameplay. I could totally believe that people that had trouble with Sekiro, for instance, Sekiro being the most parry heavy and timing intensive of all the Souls games, and also my favorite one. Positioning is also important in that game, but you need to be able to keep the rhythm of the boss's attacks. Otherwise, you're just screwed. I think this game could do a lot for getting you the first few steps you need, just because it only focuses on one of those aspects, which is the timing part of it. Now, some of the animations are quite tricky, and you will still die a lot. But I've only encountered one enemy that had one move that was a total BS fake out move where you just don't know which one he's going to do. And I'm not entirely convinced it's reactable if you pause long enough to wait and see if it's fake out. It's dang close. But he's a very easy enemy, and he's kind of an idiot and a joke, so I think that's intentional. But all the other ones have been, there's some subtle tell if it's a fake out or a delay. That if you study the boss's full model, not just the sword arm. This is the biggest tip I can give to new players that don't play these type of games. Watch all of the boss. Don't just watch the arm. Don't just watch the sword. Don't just watch the foot or wherever the attack's coming from. The boss has a full body, and usually part of it is doing something different between variations of the same attack string. If there's going to be a fake out or a delay or an interruption, it'll usually begin slightly differently somewhere on the body. Some part of it will move slower, go at a slightly different angle, or something will get a little jacked in their moveset. Just watch the boss, not the sword. But yeah, and you are just going to get clobbered for like the first hour. You're just going to die over and over again to the first enemy you run into. There's no getting around that. But you'll once you get it down, it'll start clicking more and more, and it comes easier and easier once you adjust to this game's approximate time of timing. So I think that's really all I got for it. Do you have any specifics about the gameplay or the setting? I may just elect not to answer ones about the setting because and just assume spoilers.
Is there like, is this all just exploring the wilderness, or are there like urban areas as well?
There are ruins
Because it seems to me like it's basically uncivilized, the place that you're playing most of the game in.
There are cities that are populated, and you go to a few of them. There are not very many, but they are not populated by humans. They are populated by the non-Nevron residents of the continent. So they are smart enough to construct rudimentary cities, but they are not as smart as humans. Comparatively, they are all quite stupid.
Like Time for Swim Stupid.
Yeah, like Time for Swim Stupid. One of the races in particular, Time for Swim might actually be a genius in their society. If he was to immigrate. So you will find other things to talk to, and I actually you do want to talk to every NPC you bump into, just because they can have random crap, and usually what they say is interesting or funny. There's a guy that's inside of one of that Coliseum I mentioned before that's just laying on the ground that you bump into halfway through the dungeon. One of the races that you found outside in the overworld, and you talk to him. He just has flavor lines. He just goes, "Well, I'm out of the desert, but now I'm lost. Whoever designed this Coliseum sucks." In all caps, with a giant pan around the Coliseum to show how windy and confusing it is. So it's always worth it to check out and see what the NPCs have to say. I genuinely like most of the humor in this game because of how it's paced around. They keep it at a good clip and don't use it to interrupt the more serious moments, but they don't let it ever disappear either. I will say the prologue does last a while because they need to establish all this and get you invested in the early characters. So the prologue can go for about 2.5 hours before you get on the continent and can actually engage in proper combat. Although there is a random ass mime in the prologue you can find and fight. And there's an achievement for doing it. And I think that stupid mime is the only missable content.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and the starting city is, of course, a city you go to. All right. Is there anything else?
No, I would have to actually play it to have something else.
Yeah, I can't stream this one to you because
everything is a spoiler.
Yeah, at the point I'm at, everything's a spoiler. Yeah, even the party layout would be a spoiler because of who joins.
My concern is really we've talked about it on the show now, and Google has heard everything we said.
Yeah, because the premise looked interesting, the gameplay looked interesting. This was a reason I scooped it early. I wanted to play through it before spoilers could get to me.
Why you got to be this way, Google? Nobody asked you to do this.
So I've been diligently avoiding YouTube and the social medias while I've been playing it, just in case I'm being spied on. Because while the all-seeing eye may collect all the data, when it chooses to use it, seems to be random. Or immediately after. One of the two. Or both. So I do recommend the game so far. Even if you do accidentally get spoiled on some of the stuff that goes on and around the early game or the mid game, the twists just keep coming. There's more and more of them with regards to the world. One spoiler isn't going to ruin the whole thing for you, but I would definitely go. What's up?
Have they managed to keep their gender politics in their pants? They are French after all.
The closest thing we get is the two adult female characters talking about the rough life, laying in the grass, gazing at stars, in one of their scenes. That is the closest we've come. And while if you really, really, really were hell bent on making it some kind of they're in lesbians look, if your brain's twisted,
I'm sure the entire community who will be producing fan content of it are definitely thinking that.
But yeah, no. Gustav is straight. The other two male characters are straight. Straight as an arrow at that. And one of the girls is literally barely 18. And I'm set up to be Gustav's, well, she's literally Gustav's little sister. Adopted sister, but still little sister. So that ain't going anywhere unless the French are feeling particularly French today.
French do tend to be a bit French.
And you got one of the characters is hooked up with the second male character pretty quick in their event scenes together. So they're straight. And the other one is, the other last girl is too autistic to be in a relationship. She's the autistic academic type, who also doesn't wear shoes. Somebody had a thing for feet in this game, and although they have tried to keep it subtle, other than the dude that literally collects feet to be a blue mage, it's also kind of in your face with the second character you get, in that she's the magic user. So instead of a dash, she kind of glides over the ground when she runs, and she has no shoes on. So her stinking feet are in the camera the whole time.
Oh.
Like, I'm feeling the French. French are Frenchin'. So yeah. Anything about the gameplay that you've seen or maybe want clarification on?
No, I'd need to poke at it, and I don't know when I'm going to have time. Really, I mean, the main reason I don't play JRPGs much anymore is because they take a lot of time. They take a lot of real world time, that I don't really have to invest most of the time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm out of audit season now. Maybe things will shape up.
Yeah. So once it's out of the generic hype cycle these things tend to go through, it'll be probably easier to dodge spoilers for it. But in the interim, you're gonna have to try and be careful. And hope none of the twists become memes.
Kills Dumbledore.
Yeah, and hope.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there are a lot of ones that can become memes, and the later they happen in the story, the more likely they are to retroactively make things not as fun for you going through it. So yeah, I would I have told you lies about some of what happens, just straight up in the interest of
I won't remember the details of what you say anyway. So
yeah, so what I tell you, there are not very big lies, but there are some lies narratively that I've told you, just in the interest of trying to noodle out how not to spoil this thing. So,
like, I wasn't really that interested in hearing a plot synopsis. It was just like, well, I mean, there's some people and they die at a certain age. There's an old trope from sci-fi. You see it a lot of the place, and they want it to stop.
Yep.
And so they go and look for a way to stop it. That's all that I remember about what you said.
Yep.
That and that mimes were involved.
Yep. So I think you're good. And that's all I got for previewing the game for people. Clair Obscur has been talked about a lot. There is some news around, but I have not earmarked any of it, mostly because I knew I would go on an autistic talk about this game, because it's got so many novel, interesting concepts that it would eat a bunch of time. Do you have any news stories that particularly stand out to you? I did not see an email an hour before the show, so if one came in within the hour between the hour before and us starting, we will get to it next week.
I didn't see anything that I would call news. The only thing that I sort of caught my eye is that there's been a call it a schism in the SAG-AFTRA voice actors.
Oh yes, I've seen this in the periphery.
Like there is a faction, and since Jennifer Hale is in that faction, it's quite a powerful one. Saying, look, we'll call it good. We need this to end. The reputation of our industry as a whole is completely in tatters. If we don't start rebuilding now before you chumps make it worse, this is going to be unsalvageable. That's what most people think she said based on what she apologized about afterwards, because apparently they had a big meeting and she absolutely lost her rag at people for keeping on pushing forward with the strike.
Yeah. I wonder the way the Genshin contingent has drawn in outsiders that weren't really following the strike or had just kind of been ignoring it because of the drama with Paimon. I wonder if Paimon's grand defense of the Union has backfired so spectacularly that she is the reason this crap is now blowing up in everybody's faces.
Yeah, it's it seems like there's a faction who think that SAG pushed too fast. They weren't interested in actually closing the deal on AI. They just wanted to try and get more power. And there is a faction on the other side that is like actively promoting ongoing strife and actively showing contempt for the customer, as it were. And the sort of the older hands in the industry are really angry that they're getting tarred with the brush of these upstarts who are like making a mess in the MiHoYo contingent and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody just sees this as a voice actor thing, not as these scrubs that have got their first big job for Hoyo and now think that they're all that. So it seems like there's a pretty sharp division on the way forward there, and that there are some heavy hitters who just want to call an end to the whole thing before the whole industry gets ruined.
Yeah, it's. I honestly kind of wish this would keep going and keep blowing up because I want SAG to die. The Californian culture and SAG-AFTRA are the reason that English voice acting cannot progress. And you basically,
I suppose the question is there going to be a mechanism for a safe transition to a world without SAG being involved in video game voice acting, etc.? Like, is there a way to actually do that, even with which is going to be not affected by the active malice that SAG is going to extend towards anybody who tries to get into that industry if SAG get turfed out?
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Because it's never going to die all at once. Like, this particular quarter that impacts content we consume is worth nothing to SAG. They don't care about it at all, which is of course the big mistake that the clowns who worked for Hoyo are making. They're making the mistake to think that they're important. They're not. SAG doesn't care about them. Hoyo doesn't care about them. Nobody cares about them. The only people that ever cared about them were their handful of Western fans. And those are the people that they decided to snub. And they think that they're important, but they're not important to SAG. They have no significance to SAG whatsoever. Sure, SAG's trying to push into the gaming quarter, but it's not because it's worth much to them. It's just because it's an extension of their power, and they like power. Like this is purely about being power hungry to them. It's not that they benefit in any particular way. It's just they want the power, they want the stranglehold. They want it because they want it, not because they need it or because it benefits them in any way. And if they don't get it, well, it's not actually going to hurt SAG in any way. So SAG is not going to die over this.
No, but the longer it goes on and it causes issues for them, the more they're going to be stuck or the more eyes will get drawn to this, and the more disdain they'll build up over time. And I was kind of hoping it would go on for as long as possible.
Well, this has been going on for a long time, and nobody has written a single story about it. Not one.
Oh, the media.
You will not find any. Yeah, so there's not going to draw any eyes. Because the only people who are making a fuss about this are autistic Hoyo players. And nobody wants to talk to autistic Hoyo players. Like, there's no way for this to telegraph outside to where it is. The only thing that can really come out of this is that the worst elements of their shills will lose their careers. But that's about it. There's not much else to be done.
Yeah, I don't. I just have noticed now. I don't know where all the influence and the stuff I see on the internet comes from, because I don't follow generic social media, and nor will I ever. But it's just the longer it's gone on, the more and more people have turned against it, turned against the voice actors.
But in total number, that's trivial in the West where it really matters. Like if you look at the reaction that Genshin got about this from China was bigger than the reaction they got in the West by like 2 orders of magnitude, because most people in the West do not understand the issue and they do not care. Remember, the SAG have ensured that voice acting is a meaningless thing here because of their stranglehold over the industry, simply because people who want to get into it as a second choice, usually, from being a real actor. And so they're already a member of SAG by the time they get involved. And that being the case, the entire voice acting industry is all second stringers. They're all rejects. This is like journalism in outside of like the big newspapers. Everywhere else, the journalists are the rejects from the big newspapers. That's just what they are. That's how the industry works. But because of that, the industry was meaningless, and the people who are in it now are meaningless, and nobody is interested in talking about the matter because the industry as a whole is of no consequence to anybody. Like that's the problem, is that this issue, as it were, concerns globally about. There's probably about 10,000 people, adding up everybody who knows about it and everybody who's involved about it. It's a trivial number of people. It means nothing. It's very, very impactful in terms of, like, if you look at, say, a Hoyo property like Genshin, which has a lot of players, and people are like, oh, why is there no voice acting on this? That may make them unhappy, but only about 0.01% of people affected by that even understand what's taking place, because Hoyo's made no statement on it. Like, that's the thing, that this is a minor matter of such triviality that I fail to see how it's going to have any real effect on the end. It only looks big if you're standing at the center of it.
I'll have to take your word for it, because I haven't, like I said, I haven't gone to.
I am plugged into social media more for me. Nobody talks about this, and my social media is like obsessively calibrated towards Hoyo stuff, and I might see 1 post a week on this topic, tops. It is of no consequence to anybody. Nobody cares.
Yeah, everywhere.
It's interesting, and it does have an effect, but the number of people who care about the chain of events that lead to that, the silence of the EN dub, the number of people who care about that is trivially low.
Yeah, because my view on it has been through a few things. First, the Genshin thread on the farms, which is full of autists, so that one's expected.
Like, that's like, if you say going to the farms, it's like, and I went to the Tism farms to find the most tismal people who can comment on this topic.
Here's the interesting thing about it, though, on the farms specifically. Normally, the people that have the Tism are incredibly narrow-focused Tism, but this has gotten enough attention that many of the TISM threads for other things that have English voice acting have perked up and had people start getting quite riled, especially the Europeans that seem to be default pro-union because they just have never had the public shaming of a union the way this has caused for the Genshin players. So you got your various other games out there or in English that have voice actors that haven't had voices lately, and people from those threads coming in and be like, or in their own threads posting like, oh well, if the strike's still going on, it's kind of BS because of this stuff I heard about happening, so none of this matters. It's not actually about AI, and they'll go on and on in their own threads. So I saw a little bit of cross pollination there. The Reddit has at least several posts that are in the top every day if you stick your nose in that cesspool, which I've done just out of curiosity to see how active it is.
There's not that many people who are actually using Reddit actively. Like, there's a handful of people. And it looks a lot bigger than it is, but most of the activity is just generated.
Yeah, and I've actually seen... I don't know how long they stay up, but I've seen a few pop-up posts on the little newsfeed of Hoyo Lab that actually are poo-pooing the actors.
They tend not to stay very long, and they wash out. But what you notice about that, if you actually look at them, is that there's very little engagement with them. Most people don't care. They don't get responses. That's why they disappear.
So those are my only outlets for what it's doing.
I mean, I would like to see SAG-AFTRA pile driven into the ground, but the problem is that there's no real interest in this matter. Like, what needs to happen in order for that is for some big player in the industry to denounce SAG. No individual person or project even denouncing SAG-AFTRA's involvement is going to make any odds. If Hoyo actually came out as a company and said that they're cutting off all relationships with SAG-AFTRA because they've made an absolute shit show of their project, then other companies similar in size to Hoyo will start considering similar things, and that is what will leave egg on SAG-AFTRA's face.
Yeah, that's part of the route I was hoping things might go in Fantasyland. I don't think we'll ever get that far. That's a huge move to make, especially when you already employ so many people.
The thing is that Hoyo in particular, Hoyo is the one who's been hit the worst by this in the public eye, but Hoyo in particular is the least likely to make a statement because there's too many legal and diplomatic problems with them doing so. Yeah. So they simply won't. It's not worth it to them. They can do that quietly without making an announcement. But if they're not going to do it, nobody has any motivation to.
The secondary hope would be a bunch of long-term heavy hitter voice actors that have industry respect, like Jennifer Hale. Number one, wouldn't be as effective, but start encouraging independent work and go independent themselves. Probably won't happen. Probably wouldn't have that much impact.
If you look at what they're actually saying, they're all 110% in the tank for SAG-AFTRA still. They think everything that has been done by SAG-AFTRA is evil and wrong at this point because of what it's done to their careers and their reputations, but they still have not even begun to consider maybe SAG-AFTRA itself is bad.
The other...
They've not even thought about that. Like, some of them have even posted really long rants about all of the evil and stupid things that SAG-AFTRA has done, and then turned around and said, but make sure you support the union because you have to. It's the only way we'll have a job.
Yeah, and that's the only other way I see is I do not think the current voice acting contention has one, or has a group, because it can't just be one individual. It'd have to be several people that can come together and open up another route for people in the industry that want to break in through giving access to their own talent pool separate from SAG, basically as a collection of high profile independents. That is incredibly unlikely, but would be very effective.
If you look at Hoyo's response, that's the more likely one, which is to just move your recruiting offshore. Yeah. Remember, that's what FF did originally when they realized that everybody in the talent pool of the US where they would normally go shopping was complete shite, and so they went to Europe instead.
Yeah. It's the more we move work away from the US, SAG will have to not be the only player.
No, SAG won't do anything. SAG won't do anything. They won't care. They will just continue to try and slam down their influence on the industry to the maximum extent that they can, because that's the only thing they know how to do. That's it. The only thing that can come out of this is sort of a very slow and gradual rotting away of interest in talents that are assigned to them.
That's what I was getting at. The only thing we can do is as talent moves
It
away
won't
from
involve SAG in any way. It won't involve SAG in any way. Their name won't even come up by the time this has actually started rolling.
If I can finish my sentence, as the years roll on and talent moves away from the U.S. and SAG has less and less influence over more and more projects because people aren't hiring from them anymore. Eventually, it will die a natural death, or because
that's still several steps down the road from what they'll go through first, because SAG haven't entered phase 2 yet, which is the lawfare phase.
Yeah, this is the
because when they realize they start to lose influence, they're going to start trying to look for legal avenues to try and go back to their old Californian tricks of forcing people to involve them by law.
Yeah, and that's a road we get to in the future. But for now, every single one of these disaster events that they have, where some strike or something blows up in their face, is a little bit more damage and gets us closer to moving down that road, where SAG eventually winds up in a position because they can't not be dumb. They're a Californian union, and they just fold on themselves. But it will take many years. We're talking, the fastest possible timeline for the natural death, if you are in Fantasyland, is probably 15 years.
I don't think that it's going to. I don't think SAG will ever die. I think that it's going to maintain a presence in one form or another indefinitely, and their influence might ebb, but it won't ever disappear. The only way that you could do that is if you actually found a way to physically remove it from the face of the United States.
Yeah,
like literally arrest all the union bosses so that nobody is left who can actually do the organization process.
If we know California and the type of people that are at the top of these organizations, and when you bring the two together, that is not
their hard drive.
Yeah, that is not anywhere close to impossible.
But that's what it would take. You'd actually need to get rid of the people who hold the structure together, because a lot of the people involved in who are the foot soldiers of SAG, they have ambition, but they don't have any brains. Like, you need it in order to hold a large union together. You need a certain amount of Machiavellian cunning and ruthlessness, and the people who actually run it do have that. But as long as they are around and that there are people around who can learn those tricks from them, that organization will continue to exist. And even if it has to ebb a little bit because somebody at the fringes has made some error in diplomacy, it will come back, because all they need to do is grab that person by the neck, strangle them, and put something else in their place. Like, that's how these always operate. It's like, you never got rid of the mafia, did you? And there's not really any difference between the mafia and SAG-AFTRA. It's just a matter of what business they're in. They operate the same way. But huge amounts of US treasure were poured into trying to get rid of the mafia by force, and they failed again and again and again and again.
Yeah, it's
as to why you've got the FBI, isn't it?
Yes, actually. But the thing not the short term, but the eventual goal that's realistic is not to kill SAG and call it good there. If you can just break their stranglehold, the potential for good English voice acting work for America comes out again. But you've got to kill the stranglehold they have, where they currently have functionally total control over U.S. voice acting, and foster the environment that we have right now. You've got to just break the stranglehold so that there are independents are allowed to work, and don't.
I think that as far as the US is concerned, that's a purely geographical thing. You have to move all of the work away from the hellscapes that have the laws that protect the unions.
It's why a lot of companies, for any type of acting work, started coming to Georgia. That, and we gave them tax breaks for putting a Georgia peach in their opening logos for some dumb reason. But we did.
You guys aren't a safe haven either, because you have the ATL, and it's just a matter of time until you elect that crazy black woman as your governor. Well,
yeah.
Elect. I say elect in quotes.
Yeah. So the ATL.
Stacey Abrams.
Yeah, Stacey Abrams is. Oh, we're already running late. Let's not do that. I don't want to. But But yeah, and it doesn't have to be Georgia. Obviously, it can be anywhere, anywhere that's not California. Because or even
It has to be some flyover state that doesn't have a giant blue city.
yeah. But if you can establish somewhere else in the U.S. that you can hire talent from, that's just part of this group that bases itself in, like, I don't know, Oklahoma. Nothing's in Oklahoma. There's an Indian reservation that eats up a huge chunk of the state. There's
I
jack
mean,
all in Oklahoma.
what really confuses me though is that I would have thought that the Union strongholds would have priced themselves out of the market as a place to work anyway by now.
Yeah, it's
Like everybody there wants so much money to do anything. As you're seeing a lot of games companies now outsource to a studio in like Czechoslovakia or something, simply because people there don't need as much money to live, so they don't ask to be paid so much.
yeah, and California in particular is just the absolute worst when it comes to translating the U.S. currency into what is considered a livable standard. Like,
And that's also the nerve center of SAG-AFTRA.
yeah, it's also, unfortunately, California is still just the place where the majority of any type of acting or performance work is done. So a lot of these people go to California and physically live there, high prices aside, just to have more shots at a job. And that just further solidifies California's hold on it. But I I am not optimistic, but I am hopeful. As more and more disasters like this hit SAG, that people will start looking elsewhere a bit at a time, and that companies will continue to drift work away from SAG, which means moving it out of the U.S. Basically, you either
Well, it's nobody's going to be able to tell the difference between US voice actors and SAG-AFTRA voice actors.
yeah
There's no, like the two are basically synonymous, which was the whole point of SAG existing, was so that they could set that up, that people don't know the difference between hiring somebody from the US and hiring a SAG-AFTRA signed actor.
yeah. So and it will get to a point where if these companies recognize what a problem SAG is and its actors are, and the potential liability they cause as more and more of these disasters happen, or they go on for extended periods of time, they start deliberately avoiding them like the plague. And then all of a sudden, all these voice actors don't have any work. And while SAG may still have a foothold and still have a stranglehold on the other industries, it's far easier for game companies and the like that use voice acting in particular to outsource that to a different studio somewhere else outside of SAG's reach and let that whole section fall away. And it'll get to a point where if you want to be a voice actor in the US, if enough companies are able to latch onto it, you have to either be independent or move out of the US.
I think the rocky road that's going to move through, you know what that's going to look like, right? It's going to be Yongye getting more jobs.
Yeah, we already are seeing the rise of the influencer voice actors, and part of Star Rail's problem in its quality for voice acting is the influencer shoe. Oops.
But you know what? Influencers don't want paying very much, and they're not usually members of the union. That's the first and like path of least resistance way to avoid the whole union question is to hire a no talent schlub like Yongye.
Yeah. It still expands our chance to get better stuff than what SAG puts out, because the amount of good voice actors tied to SAG is so tiny that I can name most of them and still have enough toes left over to keep counting to 20.
We're breaking the law.
Yeah, I've heard his terrible. We'll call it singing to be courteous, even though I shouldn't be. Yowling, wailing, noise making. I list his voice in the same category that I do growls and death metal, where it is a noise that should not be there and should never be made.
But death metal growls are at least done deliberately.
Yeah.
Yongye didn't choose to sound like that.
But yeah. I'm interested to see what the shakeout of this is. ZZZ has already taken the step of just, you're all fired.
Yeah, but look at the dross that they got in replacement.
Yeah, we were looking good until the most recent patch.
And this is like the thing I keep saying is that the path of least resistance is not to find talent, undiscovered talent. It's to find it's to find influences with fan bases.
Yeah, like with the isolated firings, they they probably had time to search for somebody that's a proper match and fit for the character. Or that is the biggest flashbang the screen has ever seen. Epilepsy warning, folks.
Well, they don't want to build a staircase behind the platform, so they have to teleport her off somehow.
But yeah, they dropped the ball when they had to do multiple replacements at once. I don't know if it's what caused it, but Kaleda especially and Rena got owned by the recasts.
It's like half the cast of Star Rail's English voice actors are random influences, aren't they?
Yeah, and the other half are currently on strike.
Doesn't like Emily play a major character or something?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think I read this somewhere. Talk about a person that should have stuck to their niche.
Yeah, she's like a decent singer, and she could sing songs.
Oh, she's jingly.
She seems like a yeah. I knew it was a major character. Well, it was major back in 1.x, but yeah, it was like she had a thing. She could sing. She's got the most generically American girl voice ever as far as speaking is concerned. But and it's not like she's terrible at voice acting. She's just not good at voice acting. At least I don't think that it's anything exceptional there.
Look, she's up against Buttervision.
It's true. The bar has been set very, very low.
Like that bar
She's also up against Dr. Ratio.
Just because somebody can do a back handspring 20 feet in the air doesn't mean that we have to raise the bar up that high. The bar from the Astral Express crew by themselves has already dug a 10-foot hole and buried that bar. All you got to do is walk a straight line to look good. No jumping required.
Didn't you say what's his name was in it as well somewhere? The Mother's Basement guy or whatever?
Not
or
that
Trash
one.
Taste guy.
Oh, right, as random generic miners, Giguk and his Trash Taste buddy. Yeah, they're random generic miners on Bellabog. I still don't think it's a good idea, but for throwaway random NPCs, if you want to have an Easter egg.
The thing is, he's in their Rolodex now.
Yeah, and they tapped him for a trailer afterwards to play that same random miner. It's still not good. But yeah, Star Rail is the only game I play with. I can't stand it. It's too painful.
I have never felt more validated about my stance of not even trying the English stuff.
Life is but a vision. But a vision.
I mean, I suppose the sad thing is that if they add some brilliant voice actors to the Amphorius cast or something, we're not going to know about it.
Yeah, I mean,
the Aglaya's voice actress's fake English accent is so cringeworthy.
Oh, I turned the English back on for combat lines, so I hear her. She doesn't talk very much in combat though. She's not a very yappy character.
Well, she's sort of story-wise devolving into sort of a machine, so
yeah, and it's all covered.
She's not terribly expressive.
It's all covered with sound effects when she is talking, so her combat lines just sound okay. That's a really interesting split I've found. Like because I experienced Kafka's English voice and story as well, before I gave up and totally switched. Kafka's combat lines are great, absolutely outstanding most of the time.
Well, they definitely did like a billion takes of those.
Yeah,
because they have to be perfect because you're going to hear them a million times.
Her acting lines can run the gamut from pretty good, all right, that's all right, okay, that was great, to outright awful. It seems to be just on what she had for breakfast that morning. Like she goes all the way from Dong Hung tier to not quite ratio tier, but she has some delivery that's really good. But her but her combat lines are all great. So I love her combat lines. I can't stand how yo-yo she is in the story. She's the most inconsistent member of the cast when it comes to quality of voice and acting. Like
Is that a product of too many different sessions or something?
I have no idea what the story behind it is. It could be directing, it could be sessions, it could be a recording location, and it could literally be what she had for breakfast that morning, for all I know. But without being able to read her mind, I just don't know. But it's just weird that it's so eclectic. Sampo's another one where I think it is the direction, and Star Rail has a direction problem, a serious English direction problem. Because Sampo's voice as Sampo is terrible, awful, one of the worst voices in the cast, up there with Buttervision. Sampo's voice when Sparkle's pretending to be Sampo, talking as Sampo with Sampo's voice actor, sounds great. The inflection is right and makes sense, and still keeps that greasy car salesman vibe going, but changes it just the way he delivers his lines. So I don't know why they made regular Sampo sound so terrible.
Well, because Sparkle is trying to be convincing, and Sampo is just trying to be Sampo.
Yeah, I guess it fits thematically, but to my ears, it's awful. His combat lines are awful too.
I can't say I've used a lot of Sampo, let alone in English. I don't even know what his combat lines are like in Japanese.
How did I hear the Sampo in English? Now that I think about it. Oh, there was a reason. That's right. I forgot to flip the voices back when I accidentally triggered a scene. So I got to see one of the Pinacone scenes in English.
But I mean, as the cast gets larger and larger, they're going to start tapping more and more different individuals to do voice work for them. And I think that they are quite likely going to start strip mining the influencer community for anybody who can string two words together.
Yeah, it's very possible if the influencers will work for cheap enough, Hoyo will just go that route. If the price is right, especially when they'll have to re-record lines for characters they're replacing, that's going to seem like a very tempting option. In general, I cannot think of an influencer that can also act and do it well. Off the top of my head. Like, good voice actors, like your boy Ratio, are hard to find in the US because of SAG Stranglehold, not allowing anybody that wants to get into voice acting not to be totally strangled by them, and enforcing mediocrity because they will ensure you have work. And then you've got the problem of influencers are not, if you pay them to do voice work as independents because they're cheap and their name's out there, you're just gonna just taking them because it's the cheap option, and none of them have voice acting as their goal, except maybe Young Ya, who is terrible at it.
Yeah, but as long as people keep filling in the feedback surveys positively about the quality of the English dub, I guess they don't have any incentive to change anything.
Yeah, I've seen on the various Autismo areas and Reddit at least, people and YouTube comment sections actually, just people saying, yeah, I've made sure to put in my feedback to just fire every single voice actor associated with SAG-AFTRA, or at least fire Paimon.
Man, she's a real piece of work, that one. Like, it's basically it's her and it's little Karibo and it's the other guy, what's his name?
Oh, the gay one from Team 4-Star.
Yeah, whatever he's called. They are just constantly sort of like retweeting each other and having a little hug box about how evil fans are. And just the 24/7 apparently over on Blue Sky, they're just constantly filleting each other over this.
Yeah, I'm sure they've gaslit themselves into genuinely believing most of what they say too. Like these people are lost and beyond hope. Yeah, little Karibo has lost his marbles about 5 or 6 years ago at least, maybe more. And I am never, every day I am happier DBZ Abridged ended when it did. Because TDS and a case of the Turbo Gaze turned Kaiser Neko into that.
Oh man, and it's just I've seen a meme going around about this as an extension to the same phenomenon about tuning out being like AIDS in the black community, and like tuning out is to the gaming community, gaming and anime community, what AIDS is to the black community. Like it just goes through there like a scythe and destroys people.
Mm-hmm. I ain't touching that one. We should probably wrap it.
I wouldn't touch it either. My good.
All right.
Why did they hire somebody who wasn't British to do a British accent for Agli? I can't wrap my brain around it. Like,
here's the thing. I bet
Sophia is French, and they hired an English girl to do it. Like, she's got a really strong London accent, and she's hired to do a French character.
I bet you that whoever was doing the casting was probably American, but if they weren't, they were probably Chinese or Japan and just spoke English and could not tell the difference between two foreign accents, or thought it was close enough. I can almost guarantee that's what happened. Because that's the thing with people, with you guys with your various flavors of the Commonwealth accent. It is clear it is from that same bucket. French, not so much. I don't know what the F happened there. But British English and New Zealand English and Australian English. Australian less so. Australian has some distinct clicks and hard sounds in it. But it's very hard to tell the difference unless you know somebody and speak with somebody from one of those regions, and then hear somebody from one of the main ones. Like, I can tell the difference between you and Sargon.
But you can immediately tell which state somebody's from, though.
Yeah, you can. But it is very, very hard.
If you can't understand anything they said, they're from Louisiana.
Well, if you can't understand what they said, they're from a very specific part of Louisiana in New Orleans, and likely really, really know how to make good gumbo and seafood. And you should totally eat there and not ask what's in the pot.
I mean, I could not reliably tell the difference between a Hoosier and a Canadian.
Yeah, I can't tell the difference between a Northern Midwesterner and a Canadian either. Like, it just ain't happening. They're too close. A lot of Jersey and New York can blend together for me. California,
New York and Jewish blend together for me. I can't even tell.
The traditional Brooklyn, Joey Wheeler. It'd take your cards, Hugh. That and the Jersey accent that I cannot even pretend to do an impression of. Because I don't have a reference character. They sound very, very similar to me. There's a bunch of regions.
Which one is Scout from TF2?
He's Jersey. Pretty sure he's Jersey. But those two are very similar. You got and various other states and regions I can't tell the difference in where they're too similar. The Commonwealth bubble, despite your geographical range, for New Zealand and Britain especially, would be one of those if I didn't talk to you on the reg. And I imagine it's a similar deal with fake accents from regions like that where people only hear the occasional voice. It's like, that's British enough.
And you pick a South African?
Sometimes. Some South Africans just have an accent that doesn't fit with what usually goes to my head. And my image of the South African accent is, wait, are you gay? I don't think that's in South Africa, but that's what comes to
African.
But that just that comes to mind every time.
South African is based on Dutch. It's based on a Dutch accent.
Yeah, I hear a lot of hard stops and can sometimes pick it out in the way they speak, but it's not one I hear regularly. So it would be a funny accent until I sat there and thought about it for a long time if I heard one. Yeah, if you, I've been told that by people that hear me speak normally on the internet and then hear me in a setting where I have to talk to locals, that my voice is radically different, and the drawl comes out way more when I'm talking to locals, just instinctively. But I've talked to so many people all over the world my whole life on the internet. I've tamped down my accent because I actually live in an area where the accent is really thick. So it's I can see how people would just hear an accent and be like, "Yeah, that's good enough." Anyway, we're rambling. Pickle.
Pickle.
Okay. I think we should pop out of here. It's already 4 o'clock. All right, folks. Here's an impromptu super long show we took because I wanted to go over all of Clair Obscur to give people my impressions of it. You should be able to make a decision based on what I've told you. I think it was plenty of information and dodged all the story spoilers, period, after the prologue and the first few hours of the main continent. So I think
the real decision point to make is, will I get around to playing it before it goes on deep discount, and I should have bought it then?
Yeah. So yeah, I think you'll be able to make decisions as far as the game content is concerned anyway. And I think we're done with that. I will report back much shorter next week with what I play through, or if I manage to finish it. I do not know how much of the game is left. It just popped up with "You are now in Act 2" about 4 hours ago, 4 or 5 hours ago in the main story. So I don't know.
Tempted to buy it just to put a pin in that price point, because everybody's like trying to shill for
it's
$80 games now.
It's totally worth it for $50 US. I don't know what it converts into in your currency, but
so if you buy it when it's new at $50, because it's outsold practically everything else this year, apart from like the juggernaut titles like Monhun.
Yeah, even if it was just 20 hours of quality content for $50, of this quality content for $50 to be worth it, but you're getting at least 30 at minimum if you blitz the story and are good at figuring the bosses out. You're more realistically, if you do any kind of optional crap at all, looking at definitely more than 35, and possibly upward in the range of, we're talking 60 or 70 plus if you do every single optional dungeon.
Well, they're even hitting the damage cap on the trailer footage.
Yeah, I think this is intentionally designed this way to make to transition you into the end game of where you need to be hitting the damage cap and using the multi-hit attacks to continue to progress your damage upward. This is more meaningful than it sounds, but to get into it requires way in-depth system talk, way deeper than I went into for a surface overview of the general mechanics.
Another 5-hour show.
Yeah, it's way too deep for me to get into. So we will. I will continue and report from there, much briefer next time, and hopefully Fern will be able to stay for the whole show. All right, you got anything else, or I'm sending this out?
Nope.